Players. The Poker Atlas Tour is returning to Texas Card House Dallas and TCH Social Las Colinas from August 20th through September 3rd. Over $2 million in guarantees across 18 big events, including the $500,000 guaranteed Dallas Duel and the $1 million guaranteed title event. Mark your calendars now. For the full schedule, visit TexasCardHouse.com and the Poker Atlas app.
Hello everybody, what's going on? TCH Live coming at you here on this fine Tuesday evening. I'm Aaron McAvoy. Going to be hanging out with you guys solo for a little while, but we got Mr. RJ Dupree going to be joining me at about the 8 o'clock hour Central, so a couple hours with just me, and then we're going to get RJ in to finish things out. Our good friend, Mr. Eric Van Loozen, is not going to be joining us tonight, getting over a little something, but we wish him the best back at home, and I think he'll be joining us in the chat where he's in quarantine. So we've got a fantastic lineup here for you guys tonight. Really looking forward to it. We've got some familiar faces. We've also got perhaps a couple of less familiar faces. So looking forward to it. Of course, we got Venom over here in the 2-seat. We got ZeFish. We got Walker, Dusty, and then we've got some other folks here around the horn. We got Becks, Homie. We got Doc Holiday. And I think that just about covers everybody there. We got Mediocre Poker. What's up, Mark? Welcome to the stream. And no, we're playing some 10 1/4 today, and it looks like starting things off with a $100 PLO flip. But yeah, I am oh so excited for the upcoming Poker Atlas Tour. If you're just now joining us, missed the intro there, we've got all sorts of fantastic tournaments coming up here at the end of this month and carrying us into the month of September. Everything kicking off with event number 1 here, August 20th, so just 2 weeks away, 2 weeks from today, 3 p.m. kickoff, $250 buy-in with a $50K guarantee. That's going to be the first of many events. We'll go ahead and continue to talk about those here over the course of the evening. As we are doing this PLO flip, looks like we've got a paired board with some clubs out there. I see a jack high flush and 7 high flush, no good. Unless someone's got a full house lurking out there someplace, we're going to get a win with the jack high flush. And no, it does look like there was a boat. As the pot got pushed to the 4-seat. There it is. Oh, quad 8s. It's not a boat, it's quads. All right, so Beck's going to drag that first one for a healthy $700 profit. John H., seat open. I think we're full ring here. The 1 seat is not currently occupied, but I believe that player is on the way. However, if you are around the Dallas area and you would like to get yourself on the wait list, I'm sure that can be arranged. Hop on Poker Atlas, try to sign up on there. If not, you can always reach out to Mallory directly. Go ahead and put her information up here for anybody that is interested. Not just for tonight. If you want to come and join us anytime in the future as well, go ahead and reach out to Mal. Let her know when you want to play, and see if we can get you in. All right, first hand of Hold'em, here we go. Danny, gonna open it up on the button, ace 8 of clubs. Folds through the blinds into the straddle. Becks here gonna defend the 10-8-0 for another $100.
Yeah, I mean, they are. Like this.
Take off our first flop, Rainbow, King High. Nobody connects, ace high is still best.
SGA from OKC. They've got Lou Dort.
Little C-bet there from Danny in position, sporting the 3-coin hat. And he'll go ahead and take down the first Hold'em pot of the night.
I think it's just US and France. Wow. Maybe wrong. I mean, there may be one more round, but I know.
Had a fantastic weekend up in Colorado. Got to go see my family. Go to a music fest. A lot of bluegrass, some funk bands as well. Not usually my sort of typical musical genres, but anytime you get to see live music, especially in like a festival setting, it's just really freaking cool. So if anybody is either in the Colorado sort of region or just likes that kind of thing, check it out. It's called Rhythms on the Rio. It's in a very small town in Southwest Colorado. It's a really good time. Comes through there every year about this time. The weather's fantastic. You know, it's gets up to like 85, no humidity in the middle of the day, and then cools down later in the evening. It's just absolutely beautiful. And some really cool bands. So I had a really great time. All right, hand number 3 here. As it looks like we're already adding on here for Walker.
Traffic was no good from our direction.
75.
Yeah, you keep the front, right?
We should just carpool. Yeah, I didn't think about it.
ZeFish and Danny make the call. It's over to Homie now in the small blind here. And he's going to go for the squeeze here. Looks like a relatively tame sizing. Goes for the 300 here. Small blind with an open and 2 callers. Typically, I'm going to go ahead and squeeze a little bit larger here just to clear the field, because this is exactly what he didn't really want to see, which is that first player calling and everyone else calling behind. So nice big bloated pot here, going 5 ways to a 6-high flop. A couple of deuces out there. Eric Van Loosen joining us in the chat says Funkmaster McAvoy. That's right. I was grooving to some funk. 6-high board here favors Walker with the pocket 7s up against many an overcard. And we're going to check all the way through. A little bit curious here that the 7s don't take a stab when the squeezer checks from the small blind. Certainly, Homie can be doing this with pocket aces, stuff at, you know, a relatively low frequency, but 7s there would love to take that pot down or perhaps isolate the flop. Benham going to stick around. He's got a flush draw and doesn't get there. He's got the 4 of clubs. But yeah, he's definitely not going to try to represent 4-3 of clubs here. Just checks behind, and Homie will take down with the ace-queen. So favorable turn card there. Gonna get the job done. Yeah, something that's just really cool about seeing live bands, I'm sure many people out there have experienced this too. It's like the quality and the production value, whatever, of like a studio production song is usually going to be, you know, just better as far as like how everything sort of syncs up, right? Like they get the, you know, the full just production technology behind it and make that song sound really good. So sometimes when you go and see live music, it's a little bit rougher, but something that you don't get is that live energy and getting to see those guys up there just jamming out. And man, it is so cool to see really talented musicians just absolutely slay it up there on the stage. All right, similar situation to last time where we had an open of 75, several callers in between. Becks this time going to go for the squeeze, and he goes for the little bit larger size. Did have 1 additional caller in there, but he's going to take it up to 450 with the ace-queen. Doc Hollywood here next to act is going to cold call. And this size, though, and the cold caller, good enough to get everyone but Benham out of there. 3 players going to see a flop, and Benham here in a super dominated spot with the queen-jack here up against ace-jack and ace-queen. Is going to flop top pair, but of course bested by Doc here. Becks will continue small sizing, 325 here, into about 1,600. So just hoping that both of his opponents have sort of whiffed here and will get out of the way. Perhaps even something like pocket 5s that was just set money. Not going to stick around for the small C bet. But Doc Hollywood going to raise it up here, makes it 800 to go. Only has 1,700 behind, so he's basically saying I'm playing for the whole stack without actually doing it right now. And now back over to Becks here, facing this small raise, but he knows that he's playing for the full, you know, 2,500 that that Doc is working with if he wants to continue.
Yeah, no, definitely appreciate
I mean, I suppose there's a world within which you call the 475 just to, you know, see. I mean, that price is actually pretty decent, right? You call that, goes up to 3,100, so you're something like 8 to 1 there. Maybe you just call and hope to hit your ace or queen, but yeah, just gets out of the way. Definitely makes a lot of sense. And Doc there, very fortunate with the ace jack up against the ace queen and the queen jack. Flop and top pair takes it down.
That was, I mean, that's probably one of the being the trade of like the cycle. I mean, it already basically is. I lost a material amount of money in that as well. That was unfortunate. Dude, yeah, I agree.
Re-raise, 225.
Yeah, that was what, like, that was what was so crazy about that whole thing, like how, like, the backing they had, all that kind of stuff, like.
All right, Danny here going to open. Benham 3 bets. And it looks like we're going 3 ways to a flop. As Benham is in there as well. Excuse me, Dusty is in there. Benham does the betting, gets called in 2 spots, and just like that, the 9-10 that was dead to a 9 or some sort of running straight cards drills it right on the turn and runs out a backdoor flush and completes a double paired board for the full house. Dusty here now going to go ahead and lead. Smidge over 1K into 1,700. Danny here correctly gets rid of the 10s with the player behind. Always tricky to hero call there, even if you think you might be good. And Dusty's going to take that one down. Jason joining us in the chat says no Jay Diggles tonight. That is correct. We do have our player in the 1 seat locked and loaded now. Scott joining us. But no Jay Diggles. And for anybody who's wondering where the soothing sounds of Mr. Eric Van Loozen's voice might be, they are not with us tonight. Eric joining us in the chat instead, getting over a bug at the moment. So I'm going to be flying solo here until the 8 o'clock hour Central Time. And then RJ Dupree going to go ahead and hop in and join me to round out the evening. Homie here going to open it up. Ace King from the hijack. Dusty with a suited connector in the small blind. Just going to call, and he'll be the only player to do so as he'll go heads up with Homie out of position. And flops middle pair, backdoor straight flush opportunities.
He bluffed somebody's eyes out earlier.
Bluffed the dude up. Dude had ace jack, ace king 6 flopped, and Randy bet 2K, and he bluffed the ace.
On the flop.
It was like, I don't know what was going on.
No, that is exactly what I said. First words out of my mouth. Randy had 9-5.
Yeah, showdown.
He's playing right now.
Check.
Wolfgang's there too.
Eric here says Dusty is 3-coin son. Okay,
Yeah.
nice.
Hope he continues on his
Fortunate turn card here for Homie as he picks up top pair.
330.
And yeah, Dusty says pair of 6s might have been good on the flop, and even if they're still good, going to be tough to hold on through to the river. So just lets it go. We're on to the next.
No, I was just asking. Definitely asking.
No, yeah, we don't have people object.
Could you please ask them to bring the name just in case?
Yeah. And can you guys bring up the
Quick shout out here for all those upcoming Poker Atlas Tour events coming up here at both TCH Social and Texas Card House up there in Dallas, running from August 20th, 2 weeks from today, through September 3rd. Over $2 million in guarantees, 18 events. It's going to be absolutely blasting, and I can't wait to be up there. Got a $900 buy-in, $1 million guaranteed main event that I'm really looking forward to. Hopefully I'll see some of y'all in the streets for at least that one, if not some others as well, as we're going to go 4 players to a flop. 150 apiece. Comes 10 high rainbow.
Just like normal track, yeah. So,
We just stick to the normal.
Open ender here for Benham. Has a plurality of the equity. Ace high currently best.
Because everybody's merging right now.
Benham does the betting, and yeah, everyone else just out of the way without a whole lot of opportunities to improve. David Baker says, greetings from the mountains of Kentucky. Well, greetings right back at you. Welcome to the stream. Thanks for tuning in. And greetings to everyone else out there joining us here on this fine Tuesday evening. TCH Live. Once again, I'm Aaron McAvoy, hanging out with you solo here for the first couple of hours. And so far, nothing too crazy going on. No big bluffs or big pots just yet, but I'm sure the time is coming.
Okay, 1, 2. Raise 75. Call. That's up. Louise, 1, 2.
Danny defends the queen 4 suited from the big straddle. Connects with second pair up against Becks' top pair. Definitely not going anywhere for a single bet. Does make the call. Doesn't have any backdoor clubs to work with, so going to be a bit of a challenge to find an improved hand. But still second pair here after the turn. Becks, though, going to size up, goes nearly full pot, and Danny lets this go with a front door flush draw out there. Sometimes second pair going to stick around for even the large size, but Danny says, nuh-uh, not this man. Lucas Vance joining us in the chat. What's up, TCH? Well, what's up to you? Welcome in.
yeah, I mean, I didn't realize it when I played with him, whenever that was last week, but then I saw the video and he put that up. Yeah.
Our first limp of the evening. Doc Hollywood going to come in for 50. Dusty, though, going to bump it up to the standard open size when no one else is in there. Makes it 150. I don't think Benham is actually in this with Queen Deuce. I could be wrong, but I think he folded. Yeah, Benham's not in there with Queen Dewey, so this is 3 players looking at this 7-3-3 board. Turn jack after checking through. Now, gut shot here for Danny. Still pair of 4s best for Doc. And he is going to go ahead and take a little stab here. A little tickle with 275. See if Dusty wants to hang around with the ace high. He does not. Lets it go. And Danny now. Perhaps an opportunity to go for a check raise there. Can have some, some strong hands that either trap the flop or have picked up top pair on the turn, but just decides to let the gut shot go and move on to the next one.
Raise 150.
homie here looking at some big Broadway cards once again. ZeFish here secures the button with a call in the cutoff with King, Queen, excuse me, King 6 offsuit.
Oh yeah.
As far as scanner is concerned.
Yeah, I mean, they have, like, there's not many that I don't like, honestly. There's definitely some I like more than others, but yeah.
Venom and Scott come along as well. No raises from either of those players with some squeezable holdings.
Yeah.
250.
You put them onto it?
Flop, nut, flush draw, and ace high is just the best hand, so homie will c-bet and just take it down. So we're not seeing anything fancy here in this first orbit. Does look like we're perhaps going to get the knit game going here at some point, as I see some placards out on the table.
Did the opening go well?
So when are we gonna play? Now.
We don't have
You
to.
guys can start.
You don't want?
We got enough action.
I mean, if you don't want.
I'm always down. You know.
Yeah. I don't care. If we don't want to do it, that's fine.
Yeah, that's fine. But
No?
All right. Leave it out.
maybe later.
We got enough action. Maybe later.
All right, no knit game. It has been vetoed / declined. So maybe we'll bring it in later, what I heard. And yeah, the knit game's one of those things where either everybody's got to play or nobody plays. It's, you know, very similar to the 7 deuce game or whatever, where it changes the action so much for the players that are participating that it's really a pretty unfair advantage for the other players if they do not participate. So. Very descriptive there, Spite Bellow. I appreciate those words. And I hope you stick around and enjoy the rich and sultry tones for the remainder of the evening, as we've got just the beginning of 5 hours of live stream poker action here coming at you guys here. TCH Live,
I have no clue.
Tuesday, 10 1/4, and that 50 sticking around for most of the orbit. Did die here on Doc Hollywood, but will very likely pick back up here in a minute. ZeFish here, 7 deuce, let's go.
The walking.
That way we can
Honestly,
actually have a chance to play for
Yeah. No, it was like there was one variation
I
where
used
you
to.
have to
back,
when you're
But I
right
played
hits,
more
your
backgammon
knee has
than
to be
chess.
straight. And then I guess there's another one where you have to have like
Just quicker.
at least 1 foot on the ground at all times. I think.
I played with some crazy. I thought I knew how to play. This was a while back. I played with a radiologist.
I saw like an analysis of it. It was
guy
like he
would
was
just do it.
last at 30 meters, and then
Middle pair for ZeFish, top pair for Scott.
Yeah. Oh, he'll smoke everybody in the 200.
Raise 500.
Or that Netherlands girl that came back.
A quick raise here from Scott.
Like the mixed 4x4.
Makes it 550 to go here.
I don't know where, but finished gold.
ZeFish makes the call with the 7 Dewey. And board pairs of 6. 2 flush draws out here now.
32, 1200. Okay, take one back. 1200 is the bet.
Are we playing 7 deuce? I'm glad the turn was the toughest.
Nice hand.
What is it?
ZeFish shows the 7 deuce.
So yeah,
Just to sort of let the table know that he's here to mix it up.
It was just all about
But
statistics.
gets shown the
We would
queen in
play
return,
based on
so
whatever he gave you
knows
the
that he was
least
behind.
odds of rolling. Like he would do the numbers and play based on whatever you couldn't hit. Like what were your odds of rolling a 6 or a 5? You know,
What game is
whatever. Backgammon.
Okay.
Like I've never seen anybody think that analytically, mathematically for every hand.
GTO and
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
actually
backgammon.
Well, a lot of it's the doubling too.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, yeah.
Doubling is strategy.
But whatever gave you the least chances, he would play
Raise
based on that.
150.
Good old backgammon. I grew up playing that game. Had a old, it looked like a briefcase, you know, the way that the board sort of folded up. And had the nice felt on the inside and everything. It was really well made. Little backgammon board. Really loved playing that.
5 players.
It was a good one. Not too many people playing backgammon these days, it seems, but it's a fun one. Jack 9-9, 5 players saw this flop. Pair of 8s were best. Excuse me, no, ZeFish has aces. I was going to say were best pre-flop and still are, but they are not. The birds for ZeFish. Up and downer here for for Becks. Is the only player sticking around. Picks up a pair on the turn. This board looks a little bit scary, but I'm a little surprised that ZeFish goes for the check there. Gives a free river, and that is the one that Becks wanted to see, as he is going to pick up the best card in the deck for him, other than the 10. Gives him the straight to the jack. And he's going to go ahead and lead out for a small amount, 550.
Good flop turn and river for you. A good board for you. Nice hand.
Yeah, the obligatory payoff there from ZeFish.
I have a feeling you were stronger if there's pre-flop.
Ace is just a little too good to fold there.
Back in the 90s, my old boss used to play huge high stakes backgammon. We found out there was a guy in Argentina that used to do really huge stakes backgammon. Bought the house next door to him.
That is funny. There wasn't even social media back then.
No, and started playing tennis with a guy, and then he played backgammon.
Oh my God.
Took him for like $4 million, and then the guy wouldn't play him anymore, and he sold the house and moved.
Sold the house and moved?
That's a true
That's
story.
amazing.
That is
Wow.
sharp gangster.
That's a true story.
That's hilarious, dude. I believe it.
His name, yeah, you can Google it. He was a world champion backgammon.
I'm not even
That's a cool story.
That is crazy.
That's a true story.
From Vegas? Just love
He
backgammon.
was a professional gambler, but I knew
Two
him.
players to a flop. Ace high to tone. Flop flush draw here for Dusty. Middle pair for Walker, currently best. Doc Hollywood, though, does the betting with the 9-6 here. Gets called by Walker. No, got called by Dusty with the flush draw. Walker folded. The second pair would have turned trip 8s, but instead went ahead and folded to the donk lead for 75. I guess it's not a donk lead if it's a limped pot. Maybe it was limped. But that one gonna go down with the queen high taking it. LB Coleman joining us in the chat says, evening all. Smashed as I came. Hope everyone is doing well. Well, we're doing great. And hope you are as well. Welcome in. Thanks for hitting that like button. Thanks for smashing it. And appreciate all that all of you guys do out there, helping us get this program out to more people on the internet. Hit that like button if you haven't already. We do appreciate it. And hope that you'll keep coming on back and hanging out with us each and every Tuesday night for this program, as well as live streams throughout the rest of the week and some final table streams for our tournaments on the weekend. We got a bunch of really cool live streams coming up as well. Final tables galore for the upcoming Poker Atlas tour that will all be live streamed here. Excuse me, not all of the events, but we will have a number of those live streamed, and it's going to be some really big final tables, a lot of money on the line. And when we do the main event with the $1 million guarantee, you can be sure that someone is going to be walking away with many, many tens, even hundreds of thousands of dollars in their pocket after that one. And I hope it's me. I hope it's me. Hope I'm on that live stream final table with you guys. Go ahead and take it down. That'd be pretty cool. All right, we've got 4 players seeing this flop. Top pair for Walker. Gut shot for the King 10 that apparently is already out of there. No, there it is. Becks does fold the gut shot for 1 1/4. And it's Walker check calling with the top and bottom pair, actually. Not just top pair. Homie goes from second pair on the flop to still second pair, and probably not a lot of reason to bet here.
Back 250.
When he bets into 4 opponents and gets a call here, yes, he can be up against some weaker jacks, but they're unlikely to call an additional bet here. I think this is a little bit risky with the nut second pair.
750.
Raise 750.
Walker springs the trap here with the flopped top and bottom. Queen 10, pretty much the only logical holdings here as far as a bluff goes. The homie lines up the calling chips, puts them in there. Poker Monkey joining us as well. What's up, man? Welcome in. And it's the Queen of Clubs on the river, changes nothing. Walker here, still with the best of it, and about 2,000 in the middle.
1500.
1500.
Three-quarter pot size bet now on the end. A little bit of a scary card there, right? Like the ace queen just picks up 2 pair. But I like the conviction here. Walker says, no, I'm still going to bet for value. See if I can get called by ace 10, ace king. You know, maybe something. Jack 9 suited, I suppose. Not a ton of hands that he can get full value from here, because 1,500, three-quarter pot size bet. But apparently homie doesn't want to get bluffed, as he is really thinking this one through.
2 pair.
And he makes the call. Strong value there for Walker, as homie looks him up with just the flop second pair. Third pair by the river has the king blocker for the king 10. But
Before, during, and after.
yeah, I mean, even just ace rag that isn't 2 pair, that's trying to get something like ace king or ace 10 to fold, like actually, you know, gets value there. So interesting hand, very interesting.
Usually, do you watch that? Too much. I really want to go to a World Cup. Oh, that would be awesome.
Aren't they coming here?
Yeah,
Yeah,
2026.
David Baker here had said something that I wanted to get back to. Says, been wanting to play some tournaments, have never been to Texas. Well, let me tell you what.
But not the
If you've been wanting to come to Texas and play tournaments,
Finals
this
in,
is
life, I
the
think.
time.
Yeah, it was-
2 weeks from
it was
today,
up in,
$2 million of
we were up
guarantees
for the race, and then
with tournaments running for a couple of weeks. 18 events to choose from, everything culminating in that $1 million guaranteed title event. It's a $900 buy-in.
I want to go.
Whole bunch of starting flights.
I've been to
Day
Barcelona,
2
but not-
going to be
I've
streamed.
been to Spain.
Excuse me, going to be running on Monday, September
When I was in
2nd.
Madrid, I went to
And then we will have the live stream final table
I went to a football school,
there
but those
on
games flew
September
college
3rd.
football
So
water. Yeah,
lots
Real
of
Madrid,
exciting
yeah,
stuff
I went to Real Madrid
coming up
versus
here.
Barcelona.
Come on down to Texas, play with us.
I went. The first one I went to was in Miami, Hard Rock. Yeah,
Oh, I
that
went to
was
that game too.
yeah.
Yeah.
That was awesome. It was
The
like,
Miami El Clasico?
yeah,
in 2017.
Remember, it was
Yeah,
like
yeah.
4-2.
Danny's in here with the
Yeah,
7
like
deuce.
4-3, I
He
think.
flops
Yeah,
trip
Barcelona
7s,
scored
and he's
like
up
2 in the
against
first few
flop
minutes.
top pair
Yeah,
second
yeah,
kicker.
It was crazy. But yeah, when you go there, it's a different
No, yeah.
atmosphere, different
They,
environment. It's a religion. Man.
At the end of away games, especially like the big ones with the rivalries, they'll come on like 10 minutes before, come on the intercom like 10 minutes before the game's over and say,
Danny
like,
bets
if
the
you're an
river
away
here.
team fan, like stay in your seats until we tell you.
Homie just paid off
Yeah.
some
Like,
value a
so when I
moment
was
ago,
there,
and Danny
Yeah.
is lining himself up to get a
Yeah,
piece
so,
of the
like,
action.
I mean,
725 into 500.
I I was a Real Madrid
There's an
fan,
overbet.
but when I was there, like we played Real Madrid
enough.
Manchester City in the Champions League.
Gets called by the
And I
King
was
10.
in the Real Madrid section, like was cheering. for
Danny
Real
looks at
Madrid,
his
but when
neighbor,
I
he's
left,
like, yeah,
nobody knows
I
that
play seven
anymore,
deuce
and
too.
I'm just like a white guy walking around like with the Real Madrid fan. So I was getting like heckled and stuff, and I was like, guys, I was cheering for Madrid. But yeah, it was pretty funny. Yeah, exactly.
The Real Madrid stadium is so intense. I mean, I think they just did a major
remodeled it.
renovation of it to try to make the outside, inside just state of the art because it was built a while ago. I forget, 40, 50 years ago.
Yeah, it
But
was built a long time ago.
it has such a steep incline of seats. Like, it is, when you're coming down, you think like somebody pushes, somebody gets excited, or some elderly folks. Seriously, like you're going off a cliff. It's,
Did you do the stadium tour?
and as not since it's been rebuilt, but yeah, before, I did.
Yeah, I did that when I was there too. I thought it was pretty cool.
It was pretty darn amazing.
Raise 75. Re-raise 275.
Hijack open, cutoff 3-bet here. Battle of the Big Jacks. Back over to Doc Hollywood. He opened to 75, so this is not quite a 4x 3-bet, but definitely an unappealing price.
This one. Let's see.
But Doc Hollywood did not come here to fold. He makes the call. And with a dominated jack, these two players are going to look at an 8-high board. Two-tone. Couple of clubs out there, so some backdoor flush opportunities for both players, but neither connecting with the board immediately. Checks, check.
I really didn't like that flop. No, I really don't like that too. That's not what I was hoping for. It's a pair. A big pair or a small pair? Maybe medium pair?
Because I've been here all night.
I'm going to do something crazy and just fold. How's that?
Wow.
Yeah.
Big hand.
Doc does something crazy and just folds. I
And if I would have cut a
don't recommend that,
king queen,
but Dusty was almost certainly at least thinking about betting that turn. So it probably would have ended the same either way, but yeah. Be pretty hard pressed for me to just open fold my hand in any spot, no matter how bad my hand appears to be. But to each their own. I like the style.
JD, no slick Rick. It's only me for money.
I'm not worried, guys.
Action shoes of Rick and Randy.
That needs enough action. Can't fill it.
Yeah, Mr. 7 News.
Raise 150.
What are you trying to get away with?
Call.
Walker opening the cutoff with King 3-0. Danny just calls from the small blind, bringing Scott and Benham along to a 6-high board.
400.
Couple of spades out there. As our action tracker seems to have gotten a little bit hung up, but it does look like Benham is going to win this one, betting with the pair of deuces. Got the Choctaw nuts over there. But yeah, we got that $1 million guarantee there to sort of close everything out, but the series has got the opening event. Event number 2, excuse me, not the opening event, but the big one, the big opening event. Event number 2, it's the Dallas Duel number 2, 500K guarantee with only $500 buy-in. So that one is going to be a banger as well. Whole bunch of chances to get in to day 2, including a 9 a.m. turbo on the day of day 2. Of course, that's going to be,
Raise to 200.
pardon me, playing down to a winner, I believe, on day 2.
I missed it, man. There were two.
So we don't have a scheduled day 3 final table live stream, but I believe there will be a live stream for this one.
But apparently the winner
Don't quote me on that, but I think so.
3 players.
And with a 500K guarantee, you know first place is going to be into the 6 figures, probably well into the 6 figures. And for a $500 buy-in, that's a pretty good score. All right, 3 players to a flop. Comes ace high. Homie with a pair, Venom with a pair, Doc Hollywood out of there with his jack high.
Yeah, I saw that it was running.
But apparently only 3 guys were up. Everybody else
was just smoked.
Venom picks up a gut shot to go with his pair of 5s. And we check to a free river. Queen of spades changes nothing. That pair of ace is going to be good. But homie not going to bet it. Just checks back turn, checks back river. Next pot.
But then again, like, I mean.
All right, David. Well, it's good to be busy, so we understand. And Christmas break, yeah. Maybe there'll be a good tournament series around that time.
In case we get bored.
Yeah, exactly. Or don't. Yeah, no, I know what you mean.
50 to call. Raise 250.
Wow, Dusty limps the king 10. ZeFish senses some weakness and pounces 5x.
Raise 900.
Open up to king jack, or the king jack to 250, and now Danny here with the birds. Next to act makes it 900. A very chunky raise, and we'll see if Danny can get what he wants out of this, which is to make his hand look like he's trying to squeeze really big so that he folds. But now he starts talking to his neighbor too, and yeah, ZeFish is like, okay, no, you win. You just got like the super nuts over there. That's what he had.
Doc, you got a hand coming? Yeah.
All right, once again, the $50 straddle not in effect here for Doc.
Raise 100.
ZeFish, though, he's going to skip right over the $75 open, goes straight to 100. And no takers.
Of course.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I straddle if he's not here? Sure. Yeah. I think I can.
Walker with the sleeper straddle on.
Still dealing with 65 just as normal.
You can make it
You can make it 200.
Yeah, I'm only one beer.
He's not
Only
one.
one.
He's not
He's
one
not.
yet.
And ZeFish with the re-straddle. Let's go. First $100 straddle of the day.
100.
Oh, I'm sorry, 100. Raise.
Is that a double straddle?
I don't think
Yes, sir.
Do we do double straddles?
Yeah.
Okay.
Come get it.
TTA of dollars.
Come get that cheese, baby.
TTA of dollars, they're not allowed you to do that.
Yeah,
Smell that cheese?
raise to 225 and
Smell the
so much
cheese.
at the moment. They just need to catch up in the graphics real quick.
It's on you, sir.
Alright, we're good to go. Thank you.
Yeah, she did.
Sorry.
Yes.
What is it? 225. Give it back. Let's go, let's go.
All right, looks like we've got potential misread here, as we do get the ace scanned in now. ZeFish defending his $100 straddle with 7-3 has absolutely nothing to do with this board. Venom here picking up straight and flush draws.
How's it going?
How are you? Thank you.
He'll bet and take it down. Biggest pot we've seen here was Walker getting max value. Just about max value with the ace-6 flopping 2 pair up against Homie, who zeroed him down with the second pair. And that was a pretty juicy pot. I think we had over 5K in that one. But mostly some fairly small pots here so far this evening. As Walker had taken a little damage before winning that big one, and so while he is in pole position, only up a little over 1,000. Three players going to take a look at this flop. All spades, ace high.
Good. 125.
No one controls a spade, but Benham going to go ahead and take a little stab here with the 5s, as he was the pre-flop aggressor. Homie makes the call with a gut shot and no spade in hand.
He's getting it all, for sure. Kind of surprised they didn't just get it all in pre-flop, honestly.
Well, he made it 225 and Wilson made it 875.
And Benham going to slow it down now. Homie here
Probably gets a, I mean, not that it
checks
matters,
behind,
but if he jammed that
and the
with
5s
the
are still best at the river. Benham checks again, and Homie here, oh, he just fully gives it up.
Wait, 25 behind?
Thank you.
Figured he was floating with, you know, a plan to try to get
only
a fold from his opponent by the river, but did not improve and
then everybody else
went with the nut no pair showdown value.
I think everybody else was like more normal stacks.
Colt for what tournament?
The average stack is like, what, 15 frames?
I don't even know if it was that, honestly. Like, take those two out of it, and it might have been closer to 10.
So 100 GB.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And I don't know if the Strata was mandatory. I know there was an ante, so I know it was like 25, 50, 50. I don't know if the Strata.
Okay, got it.
Raise 175.
Scott opens from early position here, ace-jack. Benham makes the call.
Somebody did that last week, and then I got it the very end, and then somebody made a comment about that being a tell, like, obviously, and so I got it the next hand, and I said the same thing, and played it, ended up winning, and then showed it. Yeah,
I did that at Becks place.
Yeah,
So
same, that's where it was.
Benham's in here as well, and it showed him as having pocket queens.
We got a flop 2 pair when I did it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so Benham playing a little bit tricky here, just calling pre-flop.
And then whoever
ZeFish calling from the straddle, connects with top pair and an up and downer, so he'll make the call. Heads up to a turn we go. Board pairing 4, brings in the front door flush draw as well. Benham with the queen of spades is going to check back, and it's another board pair, but not a 6, so ZeFish here going to finish with 6s and 5s. No good against the queens and 5s for Benham, and Benham is going to go for value here. I like this.
Yeah, no, I just think it's cool that you're like in the back of the bar. That's too sick, yeah.
Unlikely that ZeFish would check a hand as strong as a full house. Benham says very thin value. Indeed, but yeah, I like the spot. Might get called by a 6, might get called by pocket 7s.
I just remember the one day, like, Nick told me he won like 20 there.
Remember that day?
Yeah.
Oh, was that a bad day for you?
Oh no, I won. I had to get home to the baby. I didn't play too long. Pitch off for a few and got out of there. But yeah, that's when he was just couldn't. That was the beginning of the leg streak that he's been on ever since. To be honest.
For sure. Well, the thing is, he didn't really get an out.
Well, the biggest spot he won that night, he called somebody off with ace high. Yeah.
A couple times.
Damn. It's like a 15.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah.
I can't remember if it was Randy or Ryan that he called.
Ryan.
Ryan, yeah.
I haven't seen Ryan since that stream here.
Yeah.
That everybody knows what I'm talking about. Yeah.
Well, he had a,
That was a rough night for Ryan.
Yeah, that was bad. Which is funny because the week before Slick lost like 20 or 30.
Yeah.
And then the next week he won like
Right
40.
back.
Yeah, exactly.
It's fun to play with.
Yeah, no, he's good. Like, good guy. Like, good to have a table.
Both players flopping a gutty. Becks here with the ace high. Still the best of it. But he is going to get raised here. And we've got a rare flop 3-bet. Is this real? I don't actually see the raise. No, we've just got a misclick from the action tracking department. So a check raise here from Benham to 700. 425 more to call for Becks. He's in position, has the overcard, has the backdoor diamonds to go with the gutty. It's definitely an uncomfortable spot, but does he want to float here is the question. Takes his time and begrudgingly lets it go.
Certainly not.
Nice play there from Benham.
Yeah. I thought you were saying you folded. Yeah, no, I don't. We're set. Either of those makes sense.
No, I've been a few times this year. Yeah, I went out there in June with that one where you won.
Raise 150.
Beautiful hand here for homie. Ace king suited. Red sailboats here for Becks. He's in there. Dusty gonna raise it up. He's got kings. And we've got fireworks here. Folds it back to homie. And now we'll see if we're gonna get a 4-bet or if homie is just gonna call and sort of keep Becks in here. I think most of the time you're gonna see 4-bets in this arrangement, but he does just make the call, does bring Becks along, and we're going 3 players to a flop with 1235 in the middle. And wow, what a flop it is. 10, 9, 7, 2 spades out there. So the overpair for Dusty still best, but homie actually a slight numerical favorite as far as the odds go. Sailboats, of course, in the basement here. And Dusty is going to full pot it. Somehow we've lost the 4s. But Becks is still in. 1200 to call for homie, and a pretty awkward place to just call, right? Because you put so much of your stack in there, and now SPR goes under 1. If you brick the turn, then you're out of position, and you don't really have a good way to continue in the hand. So I think homie here is gonna definitely be incentivized to jam all in, but he is gonna make the call. It is a pretty scary looking board for an overpair too, right? Like all the sets are there. And now that you hit the flush on the turn, how does homie get paid? One liner to a straight here. Check, check. Homie with the hammerlock on it. 4 comes on the end too, just to show Becks river folded set. And now homie here, stack to pot ratio under 1. Takes a peek over at his opponent's stack, but yeah, tough to get paid here as your opponent has exactly pocket jacks, or maybe queens with a spade or something. I don't know. what size he picks here to try to get paid on this very scary coordinated board. $1,600 into 36. A little under half pot. And I don't know, what are you guys doing with kings here? $1,600, it's either like, please call me, or I just don't want to bluff my whole stack. If you happen to have a hand good enough to call, then at least I preserve 1,300. Dusty makes the call, and Homie is going to get paid here in a fantastic $6,800 pot. Played perhaps a little bit unorthodox, but does win a big one, and that's going to chip Homie up over 8,000.
Chilly in here.
David here says bet 800. Wow, go for the really small. The really small bet. Okay. Lucas says probably fold 4-liner and a flush. Yeah, that's a really nasty looking board for sure. You know, the question you really have to ask yourself there with, I think, with kings, no spade is my opponent capable of just having like ace queen here or something that bluffs at a high enough frequency that it's not just always value, right? Like sometimes there's a board where you get to the river and your opponent is just never bluffing when they bet, right? I think we've all seen these situations play out where you get there and you just literally can't find a bluff, right? It's like, well, this guy either has a jack for a straight or he's got a flush, and like what else could he possibly have? Like how does he have a hand that I'm beating? And yeah, I don't know, ace queen with the ace of spades or something that doesn't just jam and tries to make it look value. I don't know. And I think not too many people are going for that. If they're going to bluff the naked ace of spades, they probably launch the whole thing in there, right? 3K into 3,600. So I don't know. It's just really tough to think of a bluff there. But you've also got kings, right? It's a strong hand. Interesting all around as we are 3 players, 2 flop. Pair of 3s for Doc Hollywood is the best. He bets 250. It's raised. Oh, excuse me. It's not the best hand. ZeFish, of course, with the 7.
You're bluffing, right?
Clicking him up here to 500.
Almost a smile under there. Did the recheck too. Did you see that?
Doc here being very open about what his hand is sort of capable of.
I don't know, man. He's got 7 deuce in his range.
Yeah. 7?
We do a little rabbit hunting here, and Doc gets shown an ace on the river, so he would have improved to the best of it had he stuck around long enough. But
yeah, I had a feeling I was going to get clubbed, and I'm like, runner.
Yeah.
Just one time.
Tell me about it. This guy is taken.
Yeah.
You cracked my aces, Becks.
He doesn't even remember that.
He doesn't even remember
That's
that.
too long ago.
No, I remember. When was it? I just did that so you could see it later. Know that I got there. I knew I was going to get there, and I wanted to show it to you.
Dang.
all right, so the board is still stuck on the last hand. Looks like we're gonna have to probably play this hand out without the whole cards.
Friendly game today.
As we've got a raise to 200 from Doc and a call from ZeFish. Heads up to a flop. Comes queen high, and if we can believe the queen 9 there for ZeFish, he's connected with top pair. Doc scans his cards in, and it's the ace king. So 2 overs, backdoor clubs, and a gut shot to Broadway. Bet of 400 for not quite full pot, but a decent sized one. And ZeFish will make the call. 5 of spades on the turn changes nothing. ZeFish still out in front. And Doc will slow it down with a check. Ace, king, ace, jack. These are definitely some of the holdings that Doc can have. ZeFish can charge them. And it does get a wager of 800 called. River is a harmless deuce of spades. Doc with the ace of spades snap jams for about 2,100. And ZeFish is going to get a count. He's also got the 9 of spades. And his opponent just went bet, check, call, and lead jam river for about 2/3 pot. Very curious. The deuce of spades changes nothing unless Doc has spades. And does he just lead jam like that? That's the question.
What's so funny, man? Why do I put myself in these spots every time? So tilting. You want me to call you? Simple as that. Huh?
Doc Hollywood picked a spot on the felt and he's staring at it. Not going to give ZeFish anything.
Are you bluffing me?
Smiling right now.
I was bluffing.
What was that?
I'm bluffing.
Oh, not you.
ZeFish. Checking him out.
Why do I do this? My God. So frustrating. Take it.
Tell me something.
You're good, you're good.
Oh, I'm good? Oh, okay, I'm good.
Makes the call. And here's the you're good. He's going to drag a 7K pot there as Doc Hollywood went for it all on the river. Having that ace of spades, definitely a spot where we all kind of start itching to go for it. Doc did it, and just up against a hand and a player that just isn't getting folded too often. Top pair with a spade blocker, and a very competent and confident player when it comes to making big hero calls there. ZeFish finds the right call, drags a nice pot, and with that, he's out of the hole. ZeFish now up 770 and in the winner's column. Mediocre Poker says, damn, nice try, Doc. Yeah, it was. Just didn't quite get through. And he's right back on the horse, though. After rebuying for 5K, he's got ace king again. Walker, ZeFish, and Homie all gonna make the call. So we're gonna go 4 ways to a flop. Single raised pot. Queen, jack, and a 5. Two-tone, a couple of diamonds out there. Doc with the 2 overs and the king of diamonds. We'll go ahead and continue for 300. Walker flops an up and downer, and Homie with second pair. 3 to a straight, 3 to a flush, 3 to a straight flush. See if he wants to stick around for the low, low price of $300. He does. And here we go, 3 players to a turn. 9 of diamonds, 4 to a straight flush now here for Homie. He's not getting the king of diamonds though, because Doc has that one. Homie checks in flow. Doc will continue betting. 300 on the flop was about 30% pot. He's going to bet 500 into 17, so a little bit under 30% now. Walker drills the straight, but that front door flush coming in is always a little bit awkward. Has to ask himself, does Doc ever do this with a flush? Probably not. Sometimes the small sizes are preferred by players when they connect with the flush, but yeah, Walker here does what I think is the more standard play, makes the raise here up to 1,500. And an awkward spot here for Homie. 4 to a straight flush. And 1 pair. Bet and a raise in front of you. You don't even close the action, so you could put 1,500 in here and then have Doc jam. So Homie's going to let this go. I think the only other option was to take the aggressive line himself. And that's a pretty strong bluff to check raise into a bet and a raise. Doc makes the call after Homie gets out of there. Homie folded, of course, did not make the call, and it's a 10 of hearts on the end. Doc improves to the ace-high straight. And he jams. Walker here getting counterfeit. Oh, and he's going to make the call very quickly and get shown the super nasty news that, wow, the 10, just such a bad card for him. Any diamond, he can get away from it because, like, yeah, now there's 4 diamonds out there, but the offsuit 10, he's just chopping with another king, like, some of the time and beating whatever the rest of the time. Wow, nasty, nasty river. And it always sucks, too, when the hand plays out very similar to one that you just saw, but the result is different. This guy just launched it in there with a bluff against ZeFish, gets called, and now here we are. Similar spot where the guy leads the river. We call, and this time he's got the goods. Yeah, that's poker for you.
Yeah, I mean, coming right after my big bluff, it was just good timing.
Good timing indeed. Good for Doc.
I thought he had
bad for Walker. Shada says no. Yeah. It's a tough spot there. His hand is just very good.
Why are you coming at me, bro? Why? Friendly game, man. Take it easy.
Heads up between Benham and ZeFish. Top pair for ZeFish. Second pair for Benham. And Benham will continue. Makes it 275. Quick call from ZeFish. And no improvement on the turn here. Jake Glizzy says same thing happened to him yesterday. Hard fold. Yeah. It's just you know, sometimes the hands play out to where you're just gonna lose. You know, an argument could be made there, of course, for there being a possible flush and a possible ace-king that got there. But, yeah, I think you're just always calling. You're just always calling with the king-10 there.
Doing good, doing good.
You're just losing. That's the way it goes.
You know, that hand we played, I was like, what would ZeFish do here? I was like, he would bluff. He would bluff big. That's why you called me.
No, well, I mean, it's either way. Like, either you had everything.
There's just so
or you
many,
had nothing.
there were so many things, yeah.
I'm sorry.
Straight, a flush. He's like, I got a queen.
Yeah, I got a top pair.
It was a great call.
Turn for
Yeah.
Just barely.
All right. Just single raise is all it takes to get that one done there for Walker. We'll move right along. Hand number 31 on the books.
Okay, I don't have 1,000 worth.
I can give you greens if you want.
As we move into 7 o'clock hour here, Central Time Zone. One more reminder that we've got the Poker Atlas Tour coming up here 2 weeks from today. The opening event kicking off, a $50K guarantee, $250 buy-in. Over $2 million in guarantees over the course of 18 events, running for a couple of weeks there, end of August into early September at both locations. TCH Social in Las Colinas, Texas Card House, Dallas. Poker Atlas Tour coming up here, a couple weeks away. I'll definitely be out there playing at least the main event, the title event. $900 buy-in. It's hard to say that really fast because words are hard. $1 million guaranteed in the prize pool. I'm sure it's going to absolutely obliterate that, as most of these big events have been doing. So really looking forward to that. Hope that you guys will come and join me, and hopefully see me there at the final table. Hopefully be playing with you at the final table. Jack 7 deuce, 2 spades, 1 heart on this flop. 5 players in here. Danny connecting with top pair, top kicker, and has the ace of spades. Gut shot for Becks, and really not much else for any of these other players. So Danny gonna bet 450, and everybody else is out of the way. So another single raise pot, multi-way flop. C-bet takes it down.
And another pot.
Walker adding on 5K. 5K was the maximum to start, and then of course you can match the big stack after that. And yeah, I think ZeFish and Homie sitting up over 8,000 apiece. Danny here up over 8,000 as well. He's going to limp 5s from under the gun. Limp train all aboard. Scott limps. Benham, though, he's going to squeeze it up. Makes it 250 to go with the ace 10. And back over to Danny. He'll make the call. Scott will make the call, and we're going to go 3 players to a flop. 835 in the middle. Queen high, rainbow. Pocket 5s are still best. Benham, though, with a gut shot to Broadway. He's going to c-bet and get 2 quick folds. So, yeah, sometimes just being the aggressor is the way to go. Benham will take down. Nice little pot there. Moves up to 4,400 in the stack.
Always,
ZeFish being the gentleman that he is.
Anything for Danny, man. You name it, I got you.
Is there an LG Soda transfer? Straddle 50.
Straddle for 50.
All right, limp train all aboard once again.
Let's go, let's go.
Danny checks his option, and 4 players. Gonna see a flop. Jack 10-4. It's gonna be top 2 for ZeFish here, as we're gonna check all the way through very quickly to a 3 of diamonds now on the turn. 2 pair for Danny, 2 pair for ZeFish, and things could be getting nasty here for Danny. He's just going to call, though. The bottom 2 pair, perhaps a little bit vulnerable. Not going to try to build a big pot against one of the few players at the table that covers him. And a 6 of diamonds now on the end. Doesn't really change the texture that much. And wow, bet a 600 full pot. Danny just calls. As yeah, the full pot on the river definitely makes a lot of sense. Perhaps a smaller bet would have been raised by the 2 pair, but yeah. ZeFish wins another one. That's going to move him up over 2K. Scott up $5, man. Trying to get some value meal action. T-Bell. You know, that's where I'm going later. Although $5 doesn't go as far as it used to, you know? Only like 2 double stack tacos these days. I'm telling you what. STE Toe. I don't know if I'm supposed to say that differently. Is this TCH Dallas? It is. You see the lovely Dallas skyline there on the felt. This is indeed 10 1/4, no limit hold'em, coming at you from the beautiful city of Dallas, Texas. Welcome to the stream. Thanks for tuning in.
It's such a bad hand.
Doc states, I've got such a bad hand, do you want me to play it? Sure enough. His opponent is happy enough to play against it and will connect. Neither player will connect, I should say. Queen high is best. Doc here, not going to take a stab. Dusty, not going to take a stab. Neither player with any showdown value. And we're going to check all the way to a pair of 8s now on the river. And Doc will bet one blind, $50.
I'm good. I just didn't know how sick
You're good. You're good. I'm not. I don't have an ace. I told you.
Dusty calls with the queen high.
Max value. Max value.
And Doc will drag a pot.
What about you?
I was hoping y'all were both playing the board.
We almost were. We were.
I feel like my high card was good. I wasn't sure about after the river, but you know.
I was gonna bet the flop, and then just metal, yeah. Metal for the metal. Rip City.
All right, pretty hand here for Doc. He's just going to limp it, though. Kind of diamonds. Here comes a raise. Walker in the cutoff. Makes it 200. ZeFish and Danny are in there. Back over to Doc Hollywood. No chance he's folding. Is there? Oh, my goodness. He folds the queen 10 of diamonds. No chance that doesn't make the best hand. And sure enough, he would have flopped the joint. Queen 10 of diamonds in the muck. That is going to sting. And he's going to walk straight away from the table, as I think is the appropriate thing to do. Not only should he have probably raised that hand, but definitely not folding it. Danny's in there with the top pair. Walker in there with an up and downer. Check, check to a river. 10 of hearts.
Oh, okay. That's what it looked like. That's what it looked
Pair of
like.
kings, still best.
They're probably about equally as bad there.
Danny checks it over. Walker makes a big bet, and that's enough to get Danny to lay down the best hand. Walker rivering the pair of 10s. Knows that his hand is very unlikely to win at showdown, goes for the big bet and wins.
I didn't flop it, I turned it. You rivered me. I had to work hard. I had to work hard. I had to call it bet.
Oh, we're just making stuff up, but
All right, I mean,
wow. Queen 10 of diamonds.
Oh, you right there. Oh, yeah, I had it straight there. I thought you were talking about on our hand.
No. How do you fold 10 queen suited? Professional raise.
Well, let's see if Doc can get out of his head there after folding the flop straight and continue. Play strong poker here for the remainder of the evening. Sometimes a hand like that will just kind of gnaw at you, and you kind of can't get it out of your head. Keep thinking about it, and it'll impact the way you play the rest of the night. And we'll see if Doc can clear his head. over that one. ZeFish here going to go ahead and 3-bet the ace-queen suited. Gets called by one player. A dominated ace. Checky, checky. Another spade here on the turn, but it is a queen, so a little bit of action forming. Becks picking up the flush draw. ZeFish, the top pair. And he's going to go for a middling bet. 375 is all.
No, yeah, I didn't realize. I was like, wait, why is there still 5 of these?
Back over to Becks here, and he's going for a check raise.
How much?
10,000.
I wanted something asking for one.
I guess he's not letting you have it.
He just never told you.
1,050 here, and question now is, what does Becks do this with?
Oh shit.
It's a rainbow flop, so if Becks is in there with a flopped set, you can imagine he could do some trapping with a, planned check raise on the flop, picking up this river card and overcard to the flop, maybe going for a check raise, but it's sort of like a flopped set or nothing, right? I suppose there's queen 9 of hearts, queen 9 of diamonds, but pretty thin. Becks does not get there, does not make the flush, and goes for the check. Also, in some worlds, there's a chance that Becks has something like king-queen, queen-jack. Check raising with the top pair. Let's see if ZeFish wants to try to get value from those holdings. I mean, he's going to get folds from everything that's just like 6-7, 6-8, 8-7, right? All this stuff is just going straight into the muck. But if his opponent ever does have a queen, he just might get paid. So he is going to go for the what many people would say thin value bet in position here, reopening the pot. That's 1250, and yeah, picks a pretty nice size here to put queen jack in like a real tough spot. I think king queen is just like shrug, easy call for 1250 here. Becks though, I think just Hollywooding a little, sort of doesn't want to give away the fact that he just went for the check raise bluff on the turn before he does let it go, and ZeFish will drag 4,200 into his stack. All right, ZeFish takes over pole position after winning that pot, up 3,500. Doc Hollywood shows him up 2,800. I know he did win that big pot against Walker, but that was right after he got stacked against ZeFish. So yeah, I don't know. I mean, unless one of the pots got calculated incorrectly, the numbers should be correct, but I guess I just didn't expect him to be up several thousand. Would have expected him to be closer to break even. But in any case, we'll go with what we see on screen. It's a limp raised to 350, the 7X open from Danny with the queens. Everybody folds. And it is an easy game, but he wanted it to be a little bit tougher. Has half the table, decides to go get a beverage or whatnot.
Anybody see that pole vault? That Swedish guy?
The one that won?
Yeah. He broke his own record?
Yeah.
6.25. That's crazy. How easily he just
fucking high.
Easily just.
Yeah, I don't really watch TV, so I don't really have a way to digest much in the way of Olympics coverage. But while I was up in Colorado visiting with my family, when we were not at the music festival, and had a little bit of downtime. Did get to watch a little bit of a few events, and it is really pretty cool to see the best athletes in the world competing. You know, some sports or whatever I just find to be sort of mind-numbing, but some of it's pretty cool. Cool to watch. All right, we're going to get all the way to the river. It is an ace for Homie. Make top pair, and he's going to win $100. Looking at profit and loss here, ZeFish up the top. Only 3 players in the positive. Scott down 30 bucks. No Taco Bell for you. Walker stuck the most. He's down 2,800. Dusty down half his original buy-in and has not opted to add on, so he's sitting on 2,500 as well. One of the events that I thought was really pretty cool was the fencing. I still don't fully understand the rules about right of way or whatever, but like, yeah, watching the team event and just like trying to kind of cobble together the rules as I went along, it was entertaining, that's for sure. I don't know, let me know in the chat what you guys have for your favorite Olympic sport to watch. I think just in general I prefer the Winter Olympics though. I think they just sort of speak to me a little bit more. But the archery, the shooting, some good ones here in the summertime as well.
You did this, and that's got to be a really good hand.
All right, ace 10-5, monotone flop. No clubs in anyone's hand. Pair of 10s for Danny, pair of aces for Doc. We're going to check all the way through, and a pair of 10s becomes trip 10s. Danny now way out in front.
150.
150.
Lucas says women's rugby was cool, and David says Winter Olympics. Yeah. Yeah, I heard that the women's rugby was pretty cool. Or like an article or something was talking about it, I think. But it is cool when you're just like flipping through and trying to find something that sort of speaks to you, and you find some sport that you had no idea was even a thing. Like they were doing some kayaking or whatever, where the guy has to, you know, go through those little, you know, through the chutes and whatever, and has to go through the whatever the things hanging down are called. And it was sort of interesting for a little bit. Curling? Yeah, the curling is pretty cool. I think it's so funny how they like go down there with the little brooms brushing the ice. Like who decided that like brushing the ice in front of the thing was allowed, you know? Like at some point, wasn't it just somebody hucking rocks down the ice and being like, how close to the middle can you get? And then someone was like, bro, check this out. I brought my brush from home, and I'm going to sweep in front of this thing. And what do you guys think? And everyone was cool with it? Like, I don't know how that started. It seems busted.
It was like a set. Last freebie for the night.
How many more I got?
You got a couple. We got 2 more.
Okay, cool.
What about me?
Walker, you don't get shit. You get nothing, sir.
Like imagine any other sport,
freebies for pros.
like shot put.
You get respect, Walker.
Guy goes and launches it, and then his teammate is out there with a broom, like sweeping in front of the ball as it rolls, and like then you get to count how far it goes too. Like what? Where did that come from? Dude, it's very entertaining. Absolutely. Well, I mean, and those guys are actually very talented, obviously, to be able to launch not only themselves off of the little, you know, the little stopper, but to like let it go at the right velocity, and how they knock each other out of the way and stuff. Like, I play shuffleboard at the bar, and am like very lucky if I'm able to knock someone's little puck off of there you know, when I'm trying to. Usually it's just like huck it down there and sort of see what happens, right? These guys, they know what they're doing. All right, Dusty raises it up with the king-queen. Gets called by the 10-9. We go heads up to a flop, 10 high. Overcards for Dusty. He's not going to bet, though. Checks it over.
200.
And with no diamond in hand, bet a 200 for a little under half pot, I should say. It's going to be a check call here from Dusty. Homie still with top pair. He's going to continue betting, and that's all she wrote. Dusty hooks it into the bin. Interesting statistic there. Went to showdown, 0% for Scott. He has not shown down a hand tonight through 42 hands. Homie showing down over half of the hands he's played. Pretty big discrepancy between those two players right there. All right, ZeFish in the $50 straddle. Folds to Walker in the big blind. He makes it 150 to go. ZeFish defends and heads up to a flop. Battle of the red cards. Neither player connecting. Queen high still best. David says enjoys watching ping pong. Yeah, sure. You play with your boss at work. Oh, that's pretty sweet. And you talk about ping pong videos. Sweet, man. Well, that's a nice thing to have in your place of work. And also just to be able to sort of gab about it with your boss. That's pretty sweet. Ping pong is one of those sports where, you know, like you look at some of these things like curling or whatever, and you're like, you know, if I had enough beers, I could probably do that. And some of the sports just, you know, sort of allow that, where it's not necessarily about pure athletic ability. It's about just being able to be really precise about something. Right now, obviously, like shot put or sprinting or whatever, like, no, you actually just have to be like the strongest, the fastest, whatever, in order to succeed. Ping pong, you've got the goofiest looking people sometimes. I mean, no, not throwing any shade here. I just mean, like, you can look like whoever. You can be long and lanky. You can be super fit. You don't have to be that at all, like, to be able to be good at ping pong. But my goodness, the hand-eye coordination and the ability to move that ball around is just unbelievable for those guys and gals, of course. I mean, it is incredible. I really love it when they both get really far back away from the table, and it's just like one dude just like blasting it as hard as he can, and the other guy's just like trying to save it. He just keeps like barely knocking it up into the air. Oh, those are fun. All right, here we are. 3 players to a flop. It's a gut shot for Danny, a gut shot for Homie, and a whole lot of nothing for Becks. But Becks is the one betting. 650. Danny, the only caller. Board pairing 10. Not usually a card that favors the flop better. So, see how Danny responds here. He is not going to lead. Sometimes you'll see a lead here. Back over to Becks. He has picked up no equity. So, yeah. He is going to continue. Foot on the gas, though. 1,700 and Danny lets it go. Becks takes it down with the 7 high. Eric gambles in the chat and busto. Sorry, dude. Went for it all, too. Taylor's proud of you, though. That's good. And David says cornhole would be a good Olympic sport. I would watch that and drink beer. Yeah. Cornhole, like when you watch the professionals play, which, you know, perhaps unsurprising to some, but, you know, ESPN 8 the Ocho whatever does show cornhole tournaments and such. Those guys are just unbelievably good and consistent. I mean, you watch these guys just hole, 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 hole. I mean, they just throw all the bags right into the hole. It's crazy. It's sort of like bowling, you know, where like when someone doesn't get a strike or at least pick up the spare, you're kind of like, oh, what happened, you know? In those professional cornhole matches, it's like, oh, you got one on the board? Like, what happened? Didn't go in the hole. Couple of overcards and a gut shot for Becks. Up against the under pair for Homie and the bad gut shot for Doc Hollywood. Bet a 325 from Becks. He just got one through with 7 high. He's going to try again with queen high here. And Homie on the dusty sailboats doesn't even have a spade in hand to think about maybe repping a flush should it come in. But he's going to make the call.
I said I'd take the kings again if we could start right here.
And an ace here, another sort of scary card for the under pair. And it now gives Becks a double gut shot. Oh, he's going to check, though. And he'll get there the hard way, backs into it. Broadway straight on the river. Homie here just sort of hanging on with the 4s. Did get a free river look, but half pot in position from Becks, and Homie is going to have to dig real deep to try to find some sort of hero call. Here it does let it go.
Any of you guys make it to Vegas for the WSOP, any of the events?
I didn't play anything, but I played cash out there for a few days during the.
Where do you play?
I mainly played at Aria.
Is it good?
I like Aria. I like Bellagio too.
Okay.
You know?
Yeah, I used to play the Bellagio. I've never played at Aria.
I got it. It's kind of hit or miss. The 2-5 can be kind of neat.
Okay.
A lot of like local grinders, you know, in there. But I got on a really good 5-10 table.
Is the poker room good there? Like I haven't even checked it out.
Yeah, it's nice. It's nice. I would say those are the top 2. You know.
Okay.
Homie under the gun here. 8-7 suited.
Yeah, I guess
I'll make it 150 to go. OFC joining us in the chat. What's up, man? He's rooting for Doc.
Oh, really?
Becks just calling with the ace-queen suited. That's going to bring ZeFish and Danny along. Scott's in there as well. Another spot to squeeze. Benham, of course, going to make the call. We're going to go 6 players to a flop. 10-9-6 two-tone. Flop straight for Homie. Couple of top pairs. And a slew of overcards and gut shots.
Yeah.
Wow.
My grandparents lived there. Stayed for a couple of years.
We just chilling, man, enjoying some Tuesday night poker. Welcome to the stream. Bet a 250 here from Homie with the flopped joint. ZeFish makes the call. Danny makes the call. Scott makes the call. And Benham is like, no, I'm literally folding top pair here. Because I don't care if my hand's best right now. Somebody's going to improve. There is the heart on the turn. That's going to give Danny the higher straight to the king. Top pair for Scott and a king high flush draw, so he's betting now. What a hand we have here. And if you're Homie, right, like the flush just came in. We went 6 ways to a flop. You bet the flop and got called in 3 spots. But yeah, I guess it's too early to fold your flop straight now. He does make the call. Danny just goes for the check call here. He's like, I'm just gonna call down. And here we go. Check, check, check.
Oh wow.
King Jack for the winner.
Turning it.
And a nice little pot there. 3,700.
Yeah.
Juicy one for Danny.
It could have been worse.
Looking at V-pips here, Scott bringing up the rear, 16%, just barely above the Lottie line. ZeFish, Danny, Benham, and Doc Hollywood all up in the 40%.
He's a pro at this hot dog, you know?
Dusty and Walker, 25, 26% respectively.
That's not bad again.
Yeah, 2 callers. I don't think so.
75. Call.
ZeFish, 6-3 offsuit. Comes along Scott here with the ace-queen. Will he squeeze this up? He will not, just makes the call. He's playing so few hands. V-pipping at 16%. Seems like ace-queen is a pretty good squeeze candidate. As you're going to get not only a lot of credit, but hand is also just quite strong. Checks through the flop. Queen of diamonds out there for Scott. He's going to improve to the best hand, and nobody can improve to a better one. So he will win when we get to showdown.
100.
Walker's going to just try to take a little stab and see if he can get everyone to flush out of the way. But Scott not going anywhere. Makes the call. Harmless 10 on the river. And Scott checks it. Walker here can pretty much only attack something like a jack with his hand, and he does go for it. That's 400.
You win. Just a 10.
And there it is. Queen of diamonds gets shown down. Scott wins a pot.
No, don't tell me that. I don't want to know that. I don't want to know that.
5 is the number? Dang, man.
I don't want to know that.
You got 100 too short. It's just 100.
Alright guys, that's my time.
Well, it felt like a few things.
All right, Danielle, gonna wrap things up.
Oh, yeah.
And let the next dealer take over.
He's calling.
We're at 7:40 Central Time. And I believe we're going to do another PLO flip.
How about an all-in? It's okay. I'm just going to win this and get it.
David says, what do you do if Walker goes all in? Well, that would be weird.
Okay, good. I'll know that for next
But
time. I'll have the
when
ace of
someone
diamonds.
just goes all in for thousands of dollars into a pot that does not have thousands of dollars in it, you pretty much have to ask yourself, who is this guy, and is he trying to give me a lot of money right now? If they seem capable of bluffing, and you've seen them bluff many times before, then it doesn't really make a lot of sense. So,
all right, got it.
Queen of diamonds.
Otherwise, what? We double it and
worth
redo
call.
it. Nobody has quads or better.
If you think they're only doing that because they have it, and by it we mean the ace-high flush, and they're just trying to get paid the max. And you don't see them bluffing very often or doing that sort of stuff. But Queen of diamonds, pretty easy fold. But yeah, there's definitely some gray area in there. Yeah, the jam is very weird. Now, an over bet or like a full pot size bet, definitely in contention there. 500 or 400, I think, is what he settled on. It was just a little bit on the smaller side, right? What, 2/3 or something? I don't even remember what it was, but all in certainly would have been a very large
Quad
bet.
aces right here. Quad aces. That's good. And they have spades. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Keep it low. Deuce. Fuck. Oh, somebody's got it straight for sure. I got a set. Top set.
Set of aces out there, it seems. But Queen 10 would be a straight.
Wow. I did not like that card. I had a queen. I wanted it.
But going over there, set of aces. Set of aces, hold up. No Queen 10s. Mark says he doesn't think Walker has that in the arsenal, and he doesn't get out of line very often. Well, then if you saw him jam, you'd probably fold. Yeah, jamming. Jamming for 3x pot or whatever seems pretty weird.
5,000.
Or more than that, I think. But
Seat 6 is at 5,000.
Nice.
50.
all right, limp train here started by Doc. Ace 5-0.
225.
Scott gonna raise it up on the button with a suited wheel ace. And that's all it takes.
Too much.
Limp fold from Doc, and Scott will get his VPIP and his earnings notched up a little bit.
Raise 125.
All right, $25 blind as Doc does not put on the 50. Limp and a raise to 125. One caller heads up to a flop. Venom connecting with a flush draw, and his opponent nowhere near it. Just takes it down with a C-bet.
Always welcome.
Coming after you.
Always.
You ready?
Don't worry.
All right. Coming in hot. Reaching my boring threshold.
Still haven't seen the Nick game come out yet. We had some chatter about it early, and it got nixed by Scott or somebody.
That's right.
But we have not come back to that.
Raise 300.
Just limps over to Becks. He's going to raise it up with the Queen Jack suited. Danny calls, Homie calls. 3 players going to see a flop. Nice little flare there on the flop spread by our dealer here. Becks is going to continue. Danny flopping bottom boat. Going to go for the check raise, hoping that someone's going to have an ace, but they do not. And Danny is just going to win that one right on the flop.
You always run that well?
Yeah, Danny's running pretty good. Of course, if he was really running pure, then Becks would have had ace-king, but still pretty good. Flopping boats. All right, we're on to the next hand. Don't have the cards scanned in, but it looks like we've got a limp and now a raise to 250 from Homie in the cutoff.
Oh, yeah.
Limp and a fold. Homie's got the birds and no takers.
250 is too much. 125 is the right.
I'd rather not play than play it against 7 people.
I almost called. I had 7-4 offsuit. This is strong. My second favorite hand.
Couple of 9s here for Scott.
Raise 175.
Call.
Doc on the button with the King-9 suited. Come along. ZeFish completes the action from the straddle. He's in there as well. And Jack-10 going to flop a gutty. King-9 of diamonds, some backdoor opportunities. But Scott here going to go ahead and continue with 2 black 9s. ZeFish is going to float. To a turn we go. Ace of clubs. Double gutted now for ZeFish. Scott here. Effective third pair now. He's going to continue betting. 700. And yeah, it's one of these spots where he's not really betting for value because most worse hands are just folding at this point. But really doesn't want to give up the betting lead. And the ace is actually a pretty good card for him. So I like the continue here. ZeFish though gonna stick around with the double gutty as a check call. And he's just gonna get there. Improves to the best hand with a pair of jacks on the end. Scott checks back quickly, and ZeFish there just sort of runs pure in that he makes the better hand on the river. Doesn't need the straight. Just a pair is all he needs. And Scott there actually getting pretty good value until his hand just wasn't best anymore, of course.
Raise 150.
Annie here.
Raise 650.
Who has been running pretty good. Pick up a couple of ladies now. Open to 150 and a call in between. He's going to squeeze it up to 650. Becks is out of there. ZeFish now would only be hoping to cooler his opponent by sticking around. And Danny's not going to win a big one there, but he also doesn't have to sweat a flop. And takes it down.
There's not even point in battling with that. I just know the river is here.
He's pretty lucky.
I didn't.
Pretty lucky.
Danny, did you too?
Minus 10 minutes or so until the 8 o'clock hour, at which point buddy RJ Dupree is going to be hopping in the booth over there in the Dallas poker room and be on the air here. So we'll have a little bit of extra banter for y'all to enjoy. Looking forward to that. Haven't done a show with just me and RJ, so I'm looking forward to it. As we've got another bird sighting, and this is already and what on earth is this? We're min clicking. So Venom opens, Homie raises, Dusty basically min click 4 bets. And the the ace queen does make the call. 2 overcards to the board, but no piece yet. C-bet 350 here. Homie's just going to let this one go, and probably best as Doc's going to get to take a peek at the birds there. David wants to know, if you were to buy into a game like this, would you put a minimum of 2,500 on the table? Are you asking, like, would you buy in for the minimum, or what exactly are you asking there? I'm not exactly sure what you're trying to get at.
Raise 125. Raise 450.
You always running one, so
It depends with who. Whatever you want. That's what I always say. What do you?
Even ahead, 1850.
Right? Whatever you want. 350.
One down, I had ace king, heart. King, heart 5. Who are you?
All right, ace, king, 7, deuce. It's top 2 here for Dusty. Walker
Plus on top.
gonna float here. He's running 7s or running deuces. And instead it's gonna be top full house now on the turn for Dusty. Kind of a weird card here too. If Dusty, yeah, I was gonna say if Dusty checks, Walker may just decide that Dusty was up to no good on this flop and that he could get away with one with the 7 deuce here. Certainly don't float to go, you know, checking back when your opponent seemingly slows down on the turn. And wow, it's a huge bet here. This I'm not too sure about. The huge bet here, the full pot, right? Like, what are you trying to accomplish? Getting like king queen to fold or something? I'm not exactly sure why we need to go so big. Seems to me that if Dusty has, you know, just some sort of high card or one pair holding maybe a flush draw, right? Like the middling size is gonna get the job done as well. But in any case, it's a check call from Dusty, and then he leads the river for half pot, leaving himself 2,600 behind. He had a pot-sized jam, but decides to just go for half pot on the river. And Walker here now has got to just be like, okay, you've got to have an ace, right? You've got to have an ace. Is there ever a world within which I can jam for your extra dust and you just think I have a full house? And fold? Gotta be what he's thinking about, right? There it is. Walker thinks better of it. And Dusty, who was just like, please do anything other than fold. With top full house there.
Y'all thought I had ace king?
Yeah, I didn't think
Club
that
miss. Club miss. 7-8 club.
Wow. Well, a nice pot there for Dusty, that is for sure. And not too long after he added on as well. So should be sitting on a nice big healthy stack.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at.
Mediocre poker, the minimum should be match the biggest stack. That
was like 64.
that would be funny.
I considered it.
If that was the case, he was on a missed club.
Yeah, exactly.
I thought you were going to rib it for a minute.
I'm looking forward to seeing what you have.
Raise 150.
I'll tell you what I have.
Are you swear to God?
On my life.
He's sick.
Are you gonna fucking tell me? Fuck. Ace king, right? I had 7 deuce.
Raise.
Yeah, ace king, right?
Yeah.
Walker says I had 7 deuce. Yeah, he's being honest, and he's also glad he didn't go for the last 2,600 raise. Which I mean, it would have been a 5K raise for him, or a 5K bet. But yeah,
I was gonna rip it.
Wow, that would have really been expensive.
Yeah, I know. I'm very
I figured it was good to just rep ace king, you know.
Yeah. I don't think it would.
You're not full.
Look at that ball, ace king.
No shit, he's not folding. He's nuts.
The Is that what he's claiming?
Yeah, he's good at.
I think he had it.
Of course he had.
Well, I know y'all were convinced I got ace king. Now I tell you I had
You
it.
shouldn't have let out on the river. Check. He fucking probably barefoot.
I would have jammed.
He was jamming that one out, dude.
Yeah, that's the thing that we didn't really talk about in that hand
75, raise 75.
I still thought of it.
that they're talking about now. Yeah, you check call the turn and then
Felt like
just
I was getting walked
check
in
the river.
It would have been really close between jam or check. After I get called on the turn, I just think I'm pretty fucked.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like the only thing I beat, or lose to, but I beat if I jam is clubs.
Check.
I really thought you were going to take me there.
All right, 5 players see a flop ace high. Top pair for Doc,
I know.
ZeFish, and Scott.
That would have been cool.
None of them have the best hand. Homie here with flop bottom 2.
I was just praying to God you had a weaker ace.
And what on earth is this? It's a bet of 225, call, and he min raises to 500. Very strange. There are flush draws possible. There's all sorts of top pair things to min raise. Very strange. Ace 4 is out of there. ZeFish is like, I don't know what this is, but I can't fold ace 10. And Scott does lay down the ace 5 though. So homie did succeed in weeding out 2 of the top pairs. King of diamonds now on the turn. Homie picks up a flush draw. The check min raise here, I don't know that you do this with a flush draw very often, but
500.
he is going to continue betting, goes 500. And ZeFish, he doesn't have a diamond in his hand, so this is just, yeah, this feels so awkward and strange. He just lets it go. And the 3 of hearts gets shown, so you've got to imagine that the other card is a 3 or
Put you on 2 pair.
ace or a 7 or something.
From you, yeah. I was gonna bet if you did.
He's got 2
I
pairs.
was really confused when you bet. And then the check on the turn was really also confusing.
I'm doing my best to confuse.
It worked.
All right, looks like Mr. RJ Duprizzle won't be able to hang out with us until a little bit later. So we're going to keep flying solo here with me tonight. Aaron McAvoy hanging out with you on TCH Live Tuesday. Hope you guys are having a good time. Hope you're enjoying the stream and this fine poker content. If you are, help us out. Hit the like button. We would appreciate it, as there are about 136 of you fine folks watching across our different platforms here this evening. Thank you all so much for tuning in. Always enjoy being here with you guys. Did not participate last week as we had a little bit of a special broadcast, but happy to be back here with you guys. And looking forward to
Like 99%.
chilling for the rest of the evening.
Yeah, more than likely. More than likely.
I bet the flop.
Definitely more than likely. He bet as well. He donked the flop.
I didn't see the flop.
He
If
checked
you
the
would have
turn.
checked, he would have bet.
Yeah.
And the ace hit me this.
Always tough when you have a hand as strong as top boat.
Like, oh, it's the worst.
Like, can you check? But you feel like you can't check.
Now what we know now was a horrible fight.
I understand the lead on the river.
He looks so pained. I'm like, oh god, what a monster that is.
That's usually what I do. Yeah, that's mine.
All right, check, check. Bet at 375. ZeFish here with a whole lot of nothing. Homie makes the call with a queen and some backdoor opportunities. Walker, though, on the top 2. Does a little neck stretch thing. And now he's about to come in for a raise, and I think that's going to look a little bit fishy. By fishy, I mean strong. See what he chooses here.
Raise.
1500. ZeFish here with Squadouche.
You just know me, Scott. That bad acting's effective sometimes.
I'm lost and I'm like, that's hilarious.
Easily gets out of the way. Back over to homie, though. it can feel like you're getting pushed around a little bit here, but yeah, queen 9 of clubs here. Just an auto muck.
Yeah, I guess so. Yes, sir.
I think we've all been here before where you're in a multi-way spot, you float one guy because you think he could be up to no good, and then the other guy who already checked and seems like, you know, they weren't the guy you had to worry about, then they check raise you.
Where?
And you're like,
Oh, Pete.
what?
They're not streaming.
Come on, man.
Streaming.
Why are you going to do me like that? But I really don't think Homie should continue after the body language he just gave off. He does let it go. Walker will drag the pot, but does not get the additional value.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's do it. Let's do it. I don't know why. I didn't play from the beginning.
50, 100?
Let the game.
Put it on the middle.
Yeah, so but what it'll be is it'll be two $400 splash points. So it's not just like
How much is it?
100 a person.
It's 100 a person, but you split it into two.
Yeah, so it'll basically end up being two $400.
Big blind. First. Raise 125.
All right, knit buttons are out. ZeFish has kings. Gotta love it. Hey guys, you want to start the knit game? Cool, I have kings.
Raise 500.
And
Get rid of it
getting
right
raised
away.
by Benham. And he's got a real hand here, ace queen, starting the hand with 4,400. Scott was in there trying to call the 125. Doc will not participate for the new improved price of 300. And back over to ZeFish here, covering both Scott and Benham. Might just be a spot to go all in. Make it look like you're trying to push them out and hope that they have a hand that's just strong enough to call. He is going to go for the in-between size, which makes plenty of sense. It's just kind of tough for Benham to put this in and play an SPR of 1 without the betting lead. Benham 5-bet jam, ZeFish snap calls.
What you got?
That's a good hand. I'll wait till the end. He said twice.
Running it twice. 5-bet jam and a call. There's an ace for Benham. No king for ZeFish, so that's going to be at least half of the pot going to Benham. Oh, the other aces come out, and ZeFish is going to get absolutely demolished.
I put you on aces and I put him on kings.
That is dirty nasty.
Those are some sick.
All 3 aces come out
Technically should have chopped
across 2 boards, and ZeFish goes from a beautiful spot to just getting his proverbial nuts absolutely stepped on.
That's where your kings were.
Wow, that is pretty dirty. So big hit there
Jack of spades.
for ZeFish. 4,400 it was on the screen. 45.10 once we get the count confirmed. And that is savage.
That's a good first knit game.
Virgin Island Mike says all the kings were out. Okay, I know. What, Scott had one or something? Yeah. Oh yeah, that's right. It was king jack, king jack. Yeah, so he had no opportunities to catch back up once the ace came out, unless he made some sort of funky straight. Whew, man. Very nasty, but ZeFish had been running pretty decent up to that point, so I think he is going to be stuck again, but not torched. He's going to add on 10K though, matching back up.
straddle 50.
Yeah, wow. Yeah, pretty gnarly. And now he's got 7 deuce here. Oh, he's just gonna let this go. He says, "No, the net game's on. I'm not gonna get too out of line." David would go home and cry. Yeah, understandable.
Raise 450.
All right, Walker making it 450 here. After the limpers started on the button.
Wow. That's a lot of respect. You got 7 deuce again?
I promise you not this time.
All
I can't promise you that it's better.
He's got 5
Doc
deuce.
Hollywood folded queen 10. It was suited last time, but he's gonna limp fold it once again. And Dusty, Jack 9 of spades. He's gonna let it go as well, and just easy peasy for Walker. King 10. Oh, gets rid of his nip button. Yeah, I think the Jack 9 of spades there.
That's what I had.
King 10?
I want to try and make Travis do this. I knew I could.
One of us wouldn't get the
Feels
showdown.
like it either could have been a raise itself or
would have been you, but one of us would.
call. I don't know. It's always weird when you start playing the Nick game.
That's fine. That was an expensive freebie. So.
Looking at profit and loss, indeed. ZeFish is stuck, but only 1900.
You got straddle 50. I folded once. I folded before you even checked.
That's true. To be fair, it was a good roll.
Oh, thank you. 250. Raise 250.
I can do. You put one twist.
All right, 250 to go from Scott. Danny gonna make the call. Heads up we go to a flop. Queen 8 deuce. Effective third pair for Scott and the 7s, but a whole lot of not anything there for Danny. And Scott will get to show down the 7s and release his button. All right, 3 players have released their button. Still 6 remaining.
Turn them up.
Straddle 50.
And Scott right back on the horse here. Just waiting for his rush. Doc gonna make the call on the cutoff with the Queen 6 of diamonds. ZeFish and Danny come along as well. Scott the only player now in this hand without a nip button. So Jack 7-4 two-tone. Nobody connecting. Ace Queen high. Still technically best, although ZeFish does have the highest probability of winning with the flopped ace high flush draw. Checks to Doc in position, and he bets 600 into 1K. ZeFish will make the call. Just a gut shot for Danny. He's out of there. Scott's out of the way as well. Heads up we go. 6 of hearts now on the turn. Improving Doc to the best hand. And now that he's got a little bit of showdown, see if that changes his modus operandi, but it appears that he is going to.
Unfortunately, it's just 1,000. Just gotta be one motion.
He's going to go for the string bet, trying to bet something like 1,700. Makes it just 1,000. And ZeFish is like, what the hell is this? But he's just going to let it go. He knows he's going to get to see the hand. And he was behind, but had plenty of outs. So actually 1K, he was getting a pretty good price. But of course, how do you know that your opponent has a pair of sixes right there?
Raise 125.
$125 here from Becks in the low jack. A couple of callers. And 3 players, all going to connect with the board. Top pair for 2 players and a middle pair
400
for Dusty. Becks with the best kicker. Continue for 400. Dusty immediately out of there. Pair of 9s, not worthy of a continue, but ZeFish not going anywhere. And wow, it's another ace on the turn. All the aces out there once again, and ZeFish again in a terrible spot. Bet of 1,000 here from Becks. ZeFish takes another peek. He's like, sure enough, I've got an ace. Ace, no kicker. He'll make the call. SPR just barely over 1. And river 10. They are going to chop it up. So ZeFish here gets bailed out. Becks checking back on the river. His kicker no longer playing. And yeah, would have been pretty dirty had it been a, you know, a 6, a 4, a 3. But those were pretty few and far between. So pretty good chance of a chop there for ZeFish. Of course, a 7 or a 5 would have changed things as well. But hack it up, move on to the next. No one gets rid of a knit button there, so that is good for the rest of the players that are still involved in the knit game.
No, no chop. Not on chop.
Flip.
Raise 150.
All right, king high flop here, 2-tone. Nothing for either player. Walker with the best of it. Check, check. 9 now on the turn, though. That's a pair for Walker.
300.
Already had the best hand. And now going to go for the large bet. A 3/4 pot. ZeFish here. Gonna come in for a raise with a whole lot of nothing. Makes it 900 to go. Walker makes the call, and ZeFish is like, oh, oops. Because if Walker doesn't fold there, it's going to be pretty tough to get him to lay it down. Now the 10 peels off on the river, though. 10 of clubs. ZeFish does not have a club. But I'm not really sure you can raise the turn with Jack 3-0 and see this card come off and not bet the river.
14.
Sure enough, a bet of 14 here from ZeFish. Relatively modest size, though. It's something like a 2/3 bet on the river. Looks value-y. Walker here, nut second pair, but what does ZeFish have? What is he representing here? Looks like 2 pair. Something like 8-9 suited, but you hard block that. There's one combo of diamonds available. King 9, maybe? King 9 of diamonds, something? I don't know, it's pretty tough. Pretty tough to find a value hand. Makes the fold. ZeFish snap shows him the bluff. And yeah, it's a good good follow through, I should say, for ZeFish to raise turn, bet the river, and gets it through. Well played. Walker was onto him there, but just didn't quite have the gumption to calm down.
I guess as long as you show. As long as he shows his hand, it doesn't matter if he throws it out. As long as, yeah, he shows his hand.
Check 3 like a boss. Get rid of the net.
Baller.
Virgin Island Mike, he repped the Queen Jack. Yeah, having the Jack definitely inspires you to go for it there. And I mean, just Jack 3, good lord, right? Like that is the worst hand you're ever going to have there. So if you don't bluff that, what do you do?
Oh, wow.
Yeah, clubs were definitely an option.
He was heads up for the mid game and he just went to the restroom. He came back and he was still safe, I think. I'm pretty sure he came back and it was fine, but like that is some balls right there.
Some expensive restroom break.
Yeah, it could be. Certainly could be.
All right, Scott with the top pair here. He's not going anywhere after Becks bets the flop to the tune of 600. Becks has sort of railroaded a few of these through previously, but the board texture was very different. And yeah, I think now he recognizes that there's just not a lot of floats here for 600 on the flop that don't involve a king. Yeah, Scott's gonna go ahead and probe the river here for 1,000, and Becks, yeah, his ace high, pretty good hand, but yeah. Scott doesn't even have a nip button, so he's probably just always got it, and he did.
8-10? I'm gonna guess. I don't know. No, I was guessing.
806.
Close.
That's what Scott and I were talking about, like, about fucking rollers that you don't wind it every day. It never comes out.
I used to have a watch I loved. It wasn't even Rolex. I was just wearing it. It was battery. It needed to be replaced for like 5 years.
I wear it every day. It keeps time well, but I just don't wear it every day.
Raise. 275. Check. 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 Go around.
All right, 3 players to a flop, checks through. Queens and 9s here for homie. Doc Hollywood with a little bit of a spot here. 3 comes off, homie puts out a wager, and yeah, kind of obligated to put in the call here, I think. With the 8s, Dusty sticks around as well with a Jack X, presumably Jack 10, maybe King Jack. And now here we go. It's going to be 3 pair. Yeah, Jack 10 makes a lot of sense. Homie now counterfeit. Finishes with 3 pair. He actually sort of value bets here, hoping that he's up against another 9. And problem for him is that he is now out-kicked by Dusty's 10. Doc is actually going to make this call, though, and this actually makes it a little bit awkward for Dusty. I think he had a slam dunk call if it was just against Homie. I still think for the price, folding a jack is pretty rough. Oh, he's going to let it go, and Homie gets bailed out by Doc making the call. There's the jack 9 shown down, and when Doc doesn't snap his hand over to beat it, oh my goodness, that's a heartbreaker for Dusty. Would have lost his knit button and scooped a 3K pot. Wow, 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 wow.
I knew something was.
Yeah, exactly.
It was just a little fishy and weird.
The knit button kind of made me want to do it.
The knit game does very interesting things. I mean, not only have we had, you know, players maybe playing a little bit more passive, a little bit more calling than what we'll sometimes see here on Tuesday nights. What you'll see a lot is when the knit game is in effect and you have players really just kind of aiming to see flops, make hands, and try to win that way instead of brute forcing through with like big bluffs or you know, squeezing with raggy aces or, you know, just all that stuff that you'll sometimes see. When that's not in the mix, you do end up in these kind of weird situations where it's multi-way, everybody's got a kind of middling strength hand, and you'll have stuff like that where a player will fold the best hand because they're like, it just can't be good, can it? It was. Of course, he had him pipped, right? It's like one pip away from a chop.
I really didn't think I put him on.
Scott here connects with the top pair, and he'll take down another hand. He's been on a little bit of a rush here as of late.
Those are in play. Honestly, everyone's chips are in play.
I thought about it for a second. Rip it for like 2,000.
Except for Danny, his chips are locked up.
I'm still coming for you, Danny. I haven't forgotten about you, Danny. I have not forgotten about you, Danny.
Don't be goated.
Well, Danny's chips are not locked up because he's got 10-7 and a knit button.
I said that.
Ray's coming.
Show his ass.
Ray's incoming.
Raise. 350.
All right, ace 8-6 rainbow flop. Neither player connects. Danny with a gut shot. And he is going to bomb it for full pot on an ace-high board. Feels a little bit weird. I mean, sometimes you do this because you just want to win the hand, even when you've got the goods. But oh, excuse me, it's Becks betting. Becks bets the 700. Danny floats him with the gut shot, and Becks now picks up a gut shot to Broadway. STR at 1.5, and he bets 1,800, just absolutely powering this through. I mean, he had the best hand with Jack High, better than the 10 high, but that was just power poker right there from Becks. And he's done that a couple of times tonight. You know, a lot of times you look at a gentleman such as Becks and you say to yourself, yeah, this guy, he's not going to do a lot of bluffing. When a lot of chips go in, he's probably got it. Dude, Becks is showing us how it's done. He's like, do not let these looks fool you. I came to play. Love to see it. All right, so he doesn't have a knit button, and that means we're down to the two players. Looks like we're down to Danny. And Dusty, right? I keep looking. Nobody's hiding one, right? Yeah, just Danny and Dusty here. Danny's hand not scanned in. We are going to go 3 players to a flop.
I don't think I was here. Oh wait, are you talking about last week? Last week.
Bottom pair and some backdoors for Homie.
Around the age game. 2 weeks ago I was there.
Dusty, though, going to lead into this for 300 with the ace-5. Whole lot of not much working. Danny quickly calling. His hand's still not scanned in. And over to Homie now. Yeah, I mean, play the 3 deuce suited from time to time and kind of see what happens, but this is gonna be your life a lot, flopping a really terrible pair and no good chance to improve. Queen of diamonds on the turn. Check, check. Over to Homie. Now what do you do? Bet this hand is a bluff?
I played with
Check. All right. River, board pairing 6. Depending on what Danny's got over there, maybe the pair of deuces is just good for a Homie. Find out here momentarily as Dusty now fully gives it up.
15.
Danny, though, pots it.
You bought it, Danny.
9 deuce. Would have been a chop with the 3 deuce over there, but as it stands, Dusty is going to lose the nit game, and he's going to have to pay out a couple of splash pots.
Yeah. There you go. Yeah, perfect.
I was so close to save you, Dustin.
What do you have?
We had the same hand.
Oh, really?
9 deuce?
No, but you were tough. I gotta do it too.
A little chatter about chopping the pot there. Had he stuck around. Now back to our regularly scheduled programming. The nit game over. Not on anyone's mind anymore, but we do have a pretty spicy open here from Benham. Jack 10 off.
That's true, he was suited.
Once I got the second call, I realized it was time to go.
Becks is in there with a cold call.
Can I get green tea? Do you guys have real limes? Oh, no. Yeah. Just a little bit of honey. Green tea with a little bit of honey. Don't fill it up all the way. The water. Like 3/4.
King 7 deuce, 2 tone.
How much?
Benham here will continue.
5 wire.
And ZeFish will make a call with the flop second pair. Backdoor hearts working. So Jack now on the turn. More overcards here to the 7, and one of which improves Benham to a pair of jacks. Checky, checky. Here we go, to a river. And a 5 of diamonds on the end. We'll see if Benham actually bets this for value or not. And ZeFish checks the river. It's also possible that ZeFish goes for a block, but he does indeed check it over. And Benham, yeah, love to see it. This man is not afraid to go for the thin value. And wow, he goes big too. I really like this. I think ZeFish actually has a candidate for a hero call. And if he makes it, would be pretty devastated to see the Jack 10. Bet, check, bet. Front door flush, bricks out. ZeFish lets it go. He's like, yeah, gonna have some, you know, have some jacks. Maybe, maybe, you know, something like a king 9, king with a heart. Who knows? Good fold. Limp pot here over to Walker.
Raise 300.
And he is going to go for it. 5-4-0, definitely not your traditional candidate for a squeeze.
900.
An even more untraditional candidate for a squeeze is the 4-3-0. Re-squeeze from ZeFish, perhaps picking up on, oh my good lord, Ace-King just got folded. I was going to say perhaps just picking up on something here, a hard read on Walker that his hand was weak.
It's on me.
Back over to Doc, who has limped this for 50 bucks. And now facing a raise to 900.
What shenanigans you both up to? You both look very serious.
Now back over to Walker here. Can he find the 4-bet? No, he cannot. ZeFish not going to show him this one. He showed him the Jack-3 earlier, but I don't think he wants to create too much bad blood. He's just going to go ahead and muck that one. I cannot believe, though. I mean, yes, this is an open and a 3-bet, but Ace-King, small blind, big blind, straddle, come on, man.
Okay. Yeah. Everybody in for a round the straddle?
Oh, man.
Cool. I think most, yeah.
You get more fun, you know?
I didn't hear a no.
Dusty with the birds once again.
Shit, I can't get it out of the stick.
Raise 125.
125.
I'm pretty confident you had the best hand there.
Oh, wow.
Oh my god, Walker just told him, I'm pretty confident you had the best hand. He actually did. He actually did.
Kings twice, aces twice, and I'm negative fucking.
I don't know if I've seen a pair. I think I saw 7s once, actually. Other than that, no pairs.
All right, Doc here. First chance to open a pot in a little while. Dusty making the call, no one else interested, and we're going to go heads up to a flop. Queen high, top here for Mr. Doc.
I'll take it. Just this, heads up. Take it. Take all you want.
Check.
Check with the top. Half pot now on the turn. 10 high, sticks around.
Free money, Doc.
6.
I bet a 600 now with the 7 on the end. Doc shows a queen, so Dusty will see that he was drawing dead.
Good.
All right, straddle.
It looks like there was some conversation about a round of straddles, as I think it was really just Doc and maybe one other player that wasn't doing the straddle, but I think we're going to have that for an orbit. Becks opens to 150. Doc makes the call. We don't have cards. Scanning in.
600.
Raise 6.
But Walker here going to make it 600 to go. Venom here, ace, deuce, offsuit. This may not be correct, as sometimes when we have cards unscanned, we have had some sort of crosstalk between neighboring scanners. But right now we're going to go with what we can see. It's a big cold 4-bet squeeze here from Venom, and Homie looking at a couple of tens. A much more reasonable fold in my mind than the ace-king a moment ago. We can see the flashing red lights of doom there on the table, telling Becks that his hand is unscanned. Folds back over to Doc. He's going to let his hand go momentarily, and then we'll see if we can get Walker to scan his hand and whether or not he will be participating in the rest of this pot. And no, we will not. So Benham gonna get a squeeze through on Walker as well. And yeah, it seems that perhaps his table mates are picking up on something, choosing the right times to pounce.
Kings? Queens. I had 3 outs.
Feeling kings were coming.
No.
King suited, but
Benham says he has queens. Had queens.
And you don't even know which one you want.
Would have been a pretty aggressive misread to not even pick up one of the queens.
Not sure which one you need.
Maybe.
Yeah, even
Maybe
if
so,
I
maybe
hit an
not.
ace, like until he checks, I'm not feeling great about it.
He want to hit the queen.
Yeah.
You don't want to hit the ace.
But not in that case, though, right?
Yeah.
That's a
Danny,
combination.
Yeah, you're right.
get a green and that stack of blacks. Sorry.
3 ways. King high board ZeFish connecting with the top pair.
175.
Second pair for Becks. Might be enough for him to stick around, and indeed he is reaching for calling chips. Front door flush completes on the turn, but does not change the hands that are in play. ZeFish with a check back and a river ace. Not a good card for Becks to lead here unless he really wants to turn his hand into a more of a bluff representing a flush than anything. But I think he would have to go really big here to really try to get ZeFish's very plentiful sort of top pair and second pair holdings to fold. He is going to lead though, 350 into 800. So he's not afraid to go for the small size, make it look like he's just going for value. And this may actually just be so confusing that ZeFish is like, do you ever bluff for this size and let it go? But I do think that 350 is simply too good of a price with the King Jack here. But no, Beck's image of the guy that doesn't bluff, just betting for value over there. It's going to get him another pot, this time through the ZeFish, who is quite adept at picking off spots like that.
He had it.
Yeah.
It's one of those things too, you know, you don't see people lead on river aces when it really favors the pre-flop better, and you know, stuff like that, where people make small bets in spots where they just shouldn't have any value, and you just, it feels so strong that you're like, okay, I guess you just have it, and you're just begging to get called, and then they just are bluffing you. Love to see it. Well played, Becks.
250.
All right, the limp train was out. Dusty said, nah, brah, it's gonna be 250 to go. Only one of those limpers bailed off of the train, and here we go, 3 ways to a jack high board. Danny connecting the best of it. Effective third pair now with an up and downer.
600?
6.
Doc, gonna go for the delayed C bet. 600 to go. Drawing to a gut shot. The ace would be no good for him. Danny does make the call, and it's another 10 here on the end. Does complete the front door flush draw. Doc has a whole lot of nothing, but he's going to pot it. And Danny with trip 10s and a straight blocker makes the quick call. And Doc is like, oh, man. What on earth happened? And Danny gonna take another peek at his neighbor there and be like, yeah, bro, that's how we do it.
It's 2 sets now.
As he will stack up some more chips.
Oh, yeah, it was like 4. 10 dudes. Definitely to the
And raising into your sets. It's going to be nice.
I was supposed to be in the straddle, so.
I mean, y'all are doing it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Straddle.
All right, round of straddles here, so not getting let off the hook.
It's not a tell.
Raise 150.
Venom, his turn to wield the birds. And Homie with a couple of 10s next to act.
Raise 375.
A little bit over a min click, well, 2.5x raise, I should say. And that's exactly what Venom wanted to see. 600 in the middle right now, 225 to call. Venom here going to need to put in a 4th bet to try to get the SPR down a little bit. And he is going to re-raise, but for a small amount. Makes it 850 to go, so not quite a click back, but be a little uncomfortable here from Homie, but he'll get to play in position, and he'll make the call. Pot up to about 1,800, so SPR somewhere around 3.
I think you had a 1 hand.
And not a good flop for the aces to get paid.
500.
Here it's like no ace, no king, no ace, no king. Oh, how about an ace and a king? And turns out that was actually the best flop he could have seen to not lose a bunch of money. Well, maybe not the best flop, obviously. There were better ones that involved 10s and no aces, but he was able to just fold easily. No further damage. After that pot, though, Venom here, far and away the biggest winner, up 7K. Homie still up, but only marginally so. 3 players in the green, 6 players stuck.
Raise 200.
Danny limps the black 7s. Venom in there with the chalk con nuts, but now, there we go. We got a raise and a 3-bet. Homie and Becks getting after it. And it shows the hand's over, but of course Homie is still in the mix. And he's going to make the call. He'll play out of position with the ace-jack offsuit. And he does brick the flop. Ace-9 behind for Becks, but if he c-bets here, it's going to be really tough for Homie to continue.
Oh, the Netherlands girl? Yeah.
Quarter pot, thereabouts.
She's not
So
6'5".
Becks in
She looks
position.
like
And the quarter pot is such a powerful bet, right? Like Homie's here, he's like, God, like
400 hurdles.
quarter pot. I have ace jack high. That's a pretty good flop for me, but this is a spot where probably not good. Let's go. Becks gets away with another one.
Yeah, no, that was.
So the woman from the U.S. who won her heat, it was a couple heats.
Yeah, Sydney.
Sydney, yeah. They said in her heat, her 400-meter hurdle best was better than any of the other racers in her heats 400-meter non-hurdle.
Wow. That's crazy.
Yeah.
a hard race too.
Oh yeah, that's
Race too.
Only US people. We Iranians are pretty lazy for that. Why should we run at the first place, right?
ZeFish here in the straddle facing an open from Becks.
They need Germany today. Yeah.
You go to school with what's name, the guy who play soccer?
I mean, yeah, we
Coming
did at the
for
same
the
time.
3-bet.
Like I was in grad school, he was an undergrad.
Oh.
Yeah, you talking about Harvey? Yeah.
So it's 750 to go. And a diamond's definitely a nice hand to open, but yeah, also an easy one to fold when you face the 3-bet, especially for this size. Always good to have some of these hands where they have decent playability. You can open them in position, and then when someone raises you just ditch them, and you don't get up to your neck in weird spots all the time. So Becks lays it down. ZeFish takes it pre-flop.
And you know what they yeah, that might help. Yeah.
Becks headed in the wrong direction, almost out of profit. Could be down with the likes of Homie, Scott, and Doc Holliday all stuck, but not very much, just in the hundreds of dollars. ZeFish, Dusty down about 3K, and Walker down nearly 6. That's tonight's largest loser at the moment.
225.
Yeah, it was like Cashman, Izzy, Paolo, Sturdy.
I don't even know some of these guys.
Check.
I would assume they're good players.
All in the morning with
300. Yeah.
One play 2-5 here, man, big.
Really?
Me, Dom, Cody, you mean Cody?
Yeah. Yeah.
5-6?
Yes. Oh, yeah. Finance guy. I didn't know that was his name, but yeah, I know.
You know, 2-5 here, sometimes, you know, Dom, he put that.
Yeah, it plays 2-5 here and it's uncapped, and you put 10.
Dom got them.
Yeah. Yeah, Dom.
All right, Scott's going to take it down there.
That's what I've heard.
With
Oh yeah.
the ace.
Sure.
I believe Mr. R.J. Dupree is going to be with us here momentarily, but
honestly, probably.
As of right now, still just me flying with y'all, and I'm just very happy to be here with you guys. Thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you for doing what you do, which is hit that like button when you appreciate what you're seeing. Hopefully that is the case. And in just a moment, I'll tell you about some of the fine tournaments that we've got coming up here in the Dallas area, as we've got the Poker Atlas Tour coming back to Dallas. Texas Card House putting on another great series of tournaments in collaboration with the Poker Atlas guys. And yeah, really looking forward to it. We've got a 7-high flop here. Up and downer for Scott. He's now going to pick up a pair of deuces. Give him the best hand. He's going to bet full pot, even a slight over bet here. Both Homie and Dusty sitting on just ace high. Dusty, though, is going to float, and it's another deuce.
Yeah, I saw. That's only him.
And Scott going to go from flopping a straight draw and 6-high to trip deuces. And he's going to pot it once again. There's the fold. And Scott will show the deuce. All right, so yeah, Poker Atlas Tour coming up here just 2 weeks away from kicking off. 2 weeks from today, August 20th through September 3rd, over $2 million in guarantees over the course of 18 different events, all kicking off with our first event, number 1, the 50K guaranteed $250 buy-in. After that, we got event number 2. It's a $500K guaranteed tournament, $500 buy-in, whole bunch of chances to get in, with starting flights running from August 21st all the way through the Turbo the morning of day 2 on August 25th. And then everything wraps up with the title event, $1 million guarantee, $900 buy-in. Final table will be live streamed there on Tuesday, September 3rd. So much cool stuff. A whole bunch of other tournaments. We got PLO. We've got more Hold'em events. Just everything that you could want in a tournament series. So come on down. Texas Card House in Dallas and TCH Las Colinas. Really looking forward to those. All right, King 8-8. Walker flopping trip ace. Unfortunately for his opponents, have nothing.
$325.
Chop that.
All right, hand number 87. As Scott has worked his way into the winners column. Still no one near Benham, up 7K. Danny up a little over 4,000, so sitting pretty. And speaking of pretty, a couple of ladies here for Becks.
Raise 200.
Open it to 200 under the gun. ZeFish and Scott both make the call. 3 players to a flop.
Check.
Ace high board. Not exactly what Becks had in mind, but his opponents do not have any piece of this.
450. Huh?
I played with him. I played with him a good bit. He's on like, yeah.
When Randy went out and when he's going.
Throw a gamble in the chat here.
The property he owns.
Haven't seen many folks getting after it, so maybe there's a good roll in there. Ooh, a 66, nice.
Right around from the candy truck.
Maple and King.
All right, Scott gonna go for a bluff here on the river. That's just queen high, so a pretty good spot to do it. Becks has now seen 2 aces and a king roll off.
I've probably been in there.
Can't love that with the 2 ladies. And it looks like he is gonna give Scott credit for something.
3 kids. Maybe pre-wife too.
Pre just being old.
And indeed, he's gonna let it go. And Scott's like, well, I can't beat the pair.
Pretty shitty.
But I'm glad you folded.
Yeah, great location.
Huh? Jack King.
Yeah,
Can't beat that spot.
Yeah, 8?
Probably. Maybe not.
Oh, yeah.
Another beautiful hand here for Becks, this time from the straddle. We'll get back to him in a little while. Jack 10 of clubs, though. Always a pretty one to see. Dusty, Doc, Walker, Danny, all calling, just limping in here. Scott on the button with the suited ace. He's going to call as well. And all the way back and around to Becks with that Jack 10 suited. And he's going to squeeze. See how big he goes.
It's that good. It's that good. Wow. It's that good.
475. Now this is the kind of squeeze size you like to see. 10x.
I have a feeling that
you get all these limpers in there, you make it 6x. First guy calls, everybody calls. You make it 10x. These guys just start dropping like flies, and you're able to pick up the whole kit and caboodle.
Both.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Let's do it.
Fuck him up.
I probably folded the hand. Folded 5-4.
Look at action, guys. Look at action.
Never mind. I'm dead. Super. I'm the deadest.
Homie does make the call. We see an ace-high flop here. Becks able to just continue with the flop gut shot and the betting lead.
You weren't seeing the turn.
Yeah, Becks here putting on a clinic of how to play.
You were not seeing
Not just the image of the older guy who, you know, probably going to be a little bit more snug,
That played out
but
well for
also
Ace King
just
there.
how to continue with aggression after you were the pre-flop aggressor. Like, he has bricked tons of flops tonight, and it just doesn't deter him. You know, some people will be like, "Oh wow, okay, I have no chance of improving. I should just give this one up." He's like, "Nah, I'm gonna bet, and I'm gonna bet again, and you're probably gonna fold." And so far, that's mostly been happening. So, well played tonight, Becks. Limp train at the station once again. See if King Deuce is good enough for a limp out of Becks. It is Doc checks. We're going to go 5 players to a flop. 7, 7, 5. Walker with the overpair of 8s is best, but we check all the way through to a jack on the turn. That actually doesn't hit anybody, so straight draw for Homie, overpair for Walker, bad gut shot for Danny. These are about the best hands we can see. Homie is going to get here on the river. Makes a 9-high straight. And go ahead and lead out now. Doc, who was just kind of seeing what would happen with a little bit of raise on the turn, or bet really, is now just stuck with ace high. Gonna let it go. Homie takes it down. And we'll move along. Hand number 85 of Hold'em in the rear view. Hand number 90 overall coming at you.
You too? Not me too.
Abort. 150.
Scott's going to come along with the pocket 5s for 150. ZeFish, the razor here, be out of position. And wow, look at that. I don't think we've seen a flopped set tonight until this. No, that can't be right. No, we had the flopped set of 3s on the ace 3 earlier for Danny. But man, I really don't think we've seen very many flopped sets. So here we go. Scott checks to him. He bets 175. ZeFish here, and this is not really a great board for him, but his 2 cards actually interact with this quite well in terms of, yeah, sort of blocking his opponent's sort of strong draws and whatnot. ZeFish check raises to only 575, and Scott is going to pile it all in for infinite. This one is a little bit spicy. If he thinks that ZeFish is ever just going to hero it off with like ace-x of spades and just go for it, then I guess the all-in is fine. But imagine that ZeFish is check-raising this board with aces, and you jam it, and he folds. I mean, that would be a tragedy. ZeFish only has ace-7 high here, but
yeah. Can't say I'm surprised.
You know, I think this is a little bit too aggressive. Back over to ZeFish. It's about 6,000 to call. He's just trying to figure out what Scott actually could have here, right? Like, is this just like 6, 7 of spades? Like, what else do you do this with? Not in a million years is ZeFish ever calling here. But He's going to take his time and try to figure out in his mind's eye what Scott could be up to.
I really want
He says he really wants to.
to. You want me to call?
This would be the punt of a lifetime. Now, we've seen Slick Rick make some calls with king high, queen high, you know, some stuff in that department, but the board had already run out. He was down to, you know, my opponent either has nothing or he has everything. This is like my opponent.
6, 7 of spades or 4, 6 of spades.
Yeah, there we go. See, he's mentioning it.
Maybe ace 4 of spades.
But you're actually not a favorite to win the hand against those.
I put him on 7 of 8. Put him on 7 of 8.
You know what? He hates draws.
You do not want to keep me? It's going to be like, but damn, man.
Aces or kings?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, ZeFish, he's like,
Put him on 8s.
maybe it's just like massive combo draw. No, what's that, dude?
I had a calling hand, but not
For sure, I know you're
calling hand.
I had a calling in. Oh, yeah, 8-7 high, man. Good calling it.
Every turn card is going to freeze you. Maybe freeze me. You know, like a spade.
Oh, that was fun. That was fun.
Is that me?
Drop a deuce in the chat if you think that was a fun hand.
Oh, sorry.
You're good.
I know I do.
It's not exactly like an overfull. I mean, it's still dangerous board for me.
Yeah, no, I hear you.
Like you could be on 4, 6,
I
or
never
7.
saw you on that hand. You know, I guess I could have called.
Like I'm worried you're on that around 6, 7.
If I have that hand in spades, I'm calling.
Queen 10-6 here.
So would you have a 9?
Top pair for Doc.
125.
Double gutty here for Dusty. And a pair of 10s for both Danny and whoever else was in this one. I already lost track of because they folded. 3 players to a turn. Changes nothing. 4 hearts.
Check.
I'm looking at my stack boy over here,
I
Danny.
wouldn't do that with like a 6, 7 of spades or something like that because like you could have 8 of spades.
Danny's probably got 2 pair already.
And he's up to no
Checks
good.
through. 7 peels off. That's going to be a straight now for Dusty.
It felt like you were trying to make
Already
me
got
fold.
2 pair.
I was. You're right.
You always
that
have
board's
to
5,
the queens.
4, 4.
I've never won a.
Yeah.
That was hardly tame board.
Yeah.
Bet a 300 from Doc.
You
Dusty
freeze, I
here.
don't think you're folding.
Going to show down the winner. Drags that one
Oh, I
with
guess
straight.
I'm folding.
Good fold. Well, unless you're 9 hits or whatever.
Yeah, straight. He's not going to fold. Oh, before you mean? Should have raised the turn. Yeah.
You want runner straight?
Yeah.
I'm on the best around.
That's better than a freebie, isn't it?
Yeah, you're good, man.
One of the best.
One of the best.
Morning, crew.
It's Nick's block.
What is up, my friend, Mr. RJ Dupree, joining us there out of TCH Dallas. What is going on, man?
Not a lot. Hello, Aaron. I'm sorry about that. That took too long for me, but we made it.
We got you in the building, we got you on the stream, and all is good in the world. So welcome on in, my friend.
That's right. I'm
Good to
sure
have
you
you.
rocked those 91 hands by yourself, but we got this.
Sure did. Yeah, 91 hands of pure poker joy and elation. And here we are on said hand number 92. ZeFish coming in for a squeeze out of the straddle with king 6 of spades.
Looking at my stack too.
Facing the limps and raises and calls in between. So back over here to Doc Hollywood. He's got a lovely looking blackjack hand that he limped the button with. He's going to let it go. And now back over to Walker.
You just want me to, you want to fold?
And this is an arrangement that has been played out multiple times here tonight. Walker getting squeezed out of the pot by ZeFish and also Benham. Walker not going anywhere this time. He is going to play the king, queen of hearts out of position and see if we'll see if ZeFish is able to take this one down.
Thanks for being a part of this hand.
Eric says holy volume, RJ. I guess you
Yeah,
want to
that's what happens when I jump in yelling, I guess.
right. All right, 1,200 in the middle. We'll get a flop for you in a second. There we go. 10, 9, 7, two-tone. ZeFish checking it back. Walker here with the flopped gut shot and a whole lot of not much else. Maybe able to get ace high to fold either now or by the river if he starts betting. King, queen, I think, one of those mandatory holdings to start betting. Can represent some pocket jacks, pocket eights, things of that nature. Does look like Walker is going to put out 1,300, rather large size here. Action still sort of hung up back on the flop, but at least on screen there. Is about a 1,300 into 18. And ZeFish here with a bad gut shot. How does he approach it? He's just going to let it go. And Walker will get back on the board with a little win there against his neighbor.
Just that one.
Much better, he says. Very nice.
1-1. Oh, yeah, 1-all. Yeah.
That's what happens when I come in hot, somewhere between going crazy and we got this.
That's right. Like Spinal Tap, you know, come in at 11. There's nowhere to go but down.
That's right.
Well, how you been, my friend? What's been going on with you? Anything new?
Yeah, well, we're moving tomorrow. The moving truck is showing up at 9 a.m. And so today was packing day. My dad has come down from Oklahoma City. We're getting the packing done. And so, yeah, we are right in the middle of it. But Eric said he was sitting this one out, so I tried to get here as soon as I could to hang out with you guys, and we are making it.
Very good, very good. Where are you moving? Just like across town, or?
Yes, across town, not far. So I live in Louisville now, and I will actually be moving over towards the Colony. And I think it's officially still a Louisville address, but like everything right around there is the Colony. So it's kind of interesting.
Okay, cool, man. Well, good for you. It's you know, it's always good to have a little change of scenery. As ZeFish here is going to squeeze and get this one through with the ace queen. Good to, you know, sort of get some fresh surroundings sometimes when you've been in one place for a little while. Had you been in your current place or the one that you're leaving?
No, not really. So this is the quickest I've ever moved away from a place because I just moved down here to Dallas from Oklahoma City like a year ago. So I've only been in this location a year, but things went a little awry and they kind of upset me, and so I jumped ship. So I'm moving after only a year, but that's okay.
Sure is.
I got to be ready for the moving truck at 9 a.m. tomorrow. And our one of our favorite players, by the way, up here, Justin, is the man that's hooking me up with this with the move. And Justin from Allen Moving, he is hooking me up in the morning. So I got to give him a little shout out because we love him here at Texas Card House Dallas, and he's the man that's getting it done for me. So I appreciate that.
Nice. Very good, man. Well, I hope everything goes smoothly. I know there's always going to be some hiccups and snafus along the way, but hopefully they are easily
so far we're rocking and rolling. I I could have had all this stuff done earlier, but that's okay.
Who does that, though?
Yeah,
you know?
right? Exactly.
Danny here going to turn a pair of sixes. That is the best hand. He's going to fire out a bet of 600. 6 for a 6. Everyone out of the way. He'll take it down. Danny here running pretty good tonight. And so far, seemingly, he plays a hand, he wins a hand. So we look at profit and loss here. Benham and Danny still leading the way. Scott working his way up into third position here, up 2,300, and Becks profiting a tidy 250.
So the penthouse is up 7,000, but not as penthouse as it could be, as it usually is.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of definitely big pots here over the course of the evening, but very few all-ins.
Okay.
In fact, Doc Hollywood, I think, is the only player to actually go fully down to the felt and rebuy, and that was quite a bit earlier. All of the rest of the pots have been, you know, you know, maybe some 7, 8K pots, but not all-ins. And yeah, it's been some fairly passive play here tonight, within a couple of fireworks just every once in a while. But yeah, been still an enjoyable evening, that is for sure.
Yeah, it's a good crew here. And let's see, where's Benham in the stacks? 11.7, so he's got plenty. Was he the one that was up 7, or was he the next one?
Yeah, Benham is up the most.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like 7K, and then Danny's up 4, I think it is.
Yeah, and Danny generally, he's built for the long haul. He doesn't do a ton of splashing around, but he'll do some here and there.
Yeah, so far tonight he hasn't needed to. It's really just been kind of the Danny show, really. He'll just kind of fold for a while, and then all of a sudden get dealt a big hand, and either someone's trying to bluff into him, or he's just got some easy value.
Nice.
So, smooth sailing for Danny here this evening.
Love the evenings where it's smooth.
Oh man, I haven't had one of those in what feels like months, and I miss it. I want one of those nights, 'cause,
Right.
yeah, those are the nice nights where you just kind of, you're on the drive home and you're thinking back about it, and you're like, every hand you think about, you're like, oh yeah, that was a good one. That was fun.
That was a
you
good
know,
one.
like
That was a good one.
None
Next
of the
thing you
hands
know,
are
you're
just-
like, man, nothing went wrong tonight. This was great.
Yeah, dude.
Becks is going to start with a pretty good hand.
We're in not quite 100 hands. We have seen aces, I think, like 10 of those hands. So the birds have been making themselves,
Nice.
making their
Well,
presence noticed.
here they are again for Becks, taking on 3s and a queen 10 suited.
Ooh. That is a nasty flop for aces. Becks could be in some trouble.
Bingo, bango, bottom set for Dusty. Got a club draw in there for Homie.
Yeah, if he's actually in the hand, unclear from the action pre-flop. He actually was in there, but he just decides to let the 9-6 go to the raise. The bet and the not quite min click, but very close to it, raise to 1250. A straight min click would have been to 1100. And now back over to Becks here. Yeah, these are always awkward situations when you get clicked in a multi-way pot. Like, does anybody ever have like King 7 suited here? Maybe. But it's just feels.
Yeah, generally it's the only thing you can beat at this point is Ace King, right?
Yeah, but it also wasn't 3-bet. This was single raise pot, right? Becks opened 200. Everyone just called.
So yeah, a nasty spot here for Becks.
4 of diamonds on the turn and a quick check from Becks. SPR, still a smidge over 1, maybe 1 1/3. Dusty here. I bet 2,000. A little bit of an awkward SPR here on the turn. I like the bet size though. It's, you know, you don't actually have to. Oh.
Yeah, a little heavy there, setting it up for Becks, trying to get Becks to go all in, but now that he's gone all in, Dusty's a little scared here, but he's in good shape.
Yeah, Dusty there just maybe seeing some boogeymen under the bed in the closet. But he of course does flick in the call there, but just maybe expecting the worst. And it's Becks here who is unfortunately gonna be the recipient of the cooler. Aces versus the flopped bottom set of 3s. We're gonna count these stacks down, but it looks like Becks is gonna be very near down to the felt, if not actually fully stacked.
Yeah, it looks like Becks has about 4K, and it looks like Dusty's got 5 of those 1K discs sitting out there, so he is indeed covered.
And just like that, Becks went from having, you know, no like real big upswings or anything over the course of the night, but just playing really good poker. Honestly, he had probably 4 or 5 hands that he just absolutely just got it through. Like he just kept his foot on the gas and got it through, and all of that culminating in just one big cooler spot takes him down to the felt, and he is gonna take his leave. But good game, Becks. That was it was a very entertaining night, and pleasure to watch you play.
Yeah, we're going to miss Becks. It's always a pleasure when he stops by and gives us some entertainment. And generally plays a pretty good game of poker as well.
Yeah, he got one through against ZeFish in a very interesting spot earlier, where it was like check, check, flop. Or sorry, check, call, flop, ZeFish like bet the flop. Check, check, turn, and then Becks just like leads the river for 1/3 on an ace river. And it's just like ZeFish has all of the top pairs at this point. It just seemed really weird, and ZeFish ended up folding second pair to him, and Becks just had hella nothing.
Nice.
Well, I guess he had flopped. He'd flopped second pair, which was then like 3rd or 4th pair by the river or something.
Right.
But he just
so he wasn't totally naked. He did have a pair in there somewhere.
Yeah, but like he was definitely. There's no chance he was betting for value, and he got a better hand to fold, and it was ZeFish who is very, very adept at picking these sorts of things off. So Becks, he had some very fun hands to watch, and he played them quite well. The
Fun little hand here as holde'm binks his ace king. Ace king finally lands on the river. Danny hates to see it.
Yeah, has the 10 of diamonds, interacts with the front door flush draw at some level, but he is just going to feel obligated to make a call. Nice little value there for homie on the end. So are you a minimalist, or you got a whole bunch of stuff that you're moving around? What do you got?
Yeah, I'm pretty minimalist. I'm somewhere in the middle, but closer to the minimalist. I've been moving so much in the last like 5 years that I've tried to keep it on the down low a little bit. Hopefully I can stay in one spot here for a little while. I was planning on it here this last day, but just stumbled into a way to find myself out of there, but that was all right.
Gotcha. Yeah, every time I move, I tend to, try to find some stuff to downsize. And in my last move, which was a year ago, yeah, I think I've really kind of settled into a place where the amount of stuff that I have feels like it's a good amount.
Right.
And there's just not like a ton of junk. There's definitely some things that could go still that just sit in the closet forever until you move them again. But sentimental stuff,
Yeah, that is the hard stuff. Yeah, I'm probably going to have about less than 25 boxes. So we're looking at like 22, 23 boxes, and I bet 4 of those are sentimental stuff.
Yeah. All right. Top here for Danny. A little bet, little win. I'll get some of that money back from the previous pot he lost. And we'll move right along here.
I'm like anybody else, I feel great.
I will say I have way too much junk in my closet. I could have done a couple more boxes of my closet, and those wardrobe closets, they come in handy. And I thought I had some of those, and apparently I don't, because I helped my mother move not long ago. So I took those to Oklahoma City and don't have them. So I'm having to move my closet kind of old school style, like take a bunch of hangers down and chunk it in the back. So that's kind of annoying, but that's all right. It is reminding me that I have too much junk in my closet.
I'll put it on this side.
Yeah, it's good to go through the clothes every once in a while and find the ones that
so it's easy for when
you just don't really do anything
with,
like you never wear them, and just give those things away, man. Let somebody else find.
I took a pretty good load to Salvation Army like 3 weeks ago in preparation for the move, but that was when I thought I had wardrobe boxes.
Pretty spicy flop here. We got top trips for Doc Hollywood and a couple of pairs for Scott and Danny.
If you're going to play 8-4, that's a pretty good flop for it.
Certainly is. Walker is not in this hand with the 3-2s off, but
Raise, 325.
at least he is no longer.
Maybe 350.
Oh shit, 350. Sorry.
Scott here, pair of sixes on this board is a very good hand, but he is going to fold nonetheless, as he just got
Nice bluff, nice bluff.
min raised and doesn't want to stick around. Rightfully so.
Yeah, it's always fun when you see a flop where you're like, man, that's a pretty good flop for me, and then you have to change your mind when somebody's splashing around out there.
If it wasn't clubs, I wouldn't have.
It's still a little painful when you make the fold, but well done.
I was thinking he was still here. Missed it, guys. Missed it. That's an extra hand.
What's that?
Oh, I think I used it when I came in. Here you go.
Put you on a club draw.
What time is it right now?
All right, hand number 100 here. The $100 straddle on here from Danny. Not too many of those going around tonight, but the 50 has been plentiful.
$100 shadow?
Yeah.
Little limps here in late position. Some rag aces. Pretty dangerous to do this when you got to make it through Walker and ZeFish in the blinds.
Come on.
But they are just going to make the call as well, and it's up to Danny.
Check the mix.
Got excited for nothing.
Check.
Check. Check around.
All right. Infinite players in here. Nobody has a pair. Bunch of straight draws is pretty much all we're working with.
If you know your number, that's really like a pro.
Walker going to take a little stab with his gutty.
I know you're bluffing.
And yeah, sort of surprising that nobody has connected with this board in any more meaningful way, but sure enough, Walker's able to just get it through and shows down the Jack-10 for the win.
Love to see it, since that there's a little bit of air out there and able to take it down.
Every time you blow. That was a little bit before your time, Walker.
No, you're right. It was a little before my time, but I did like, I caught, yeah, I would catch a couple reruns.
Yeah, and you'll notice once in a while when those boards do pair like that,
People, my,
27?
sometimes you can find a spot with the board paired on the flop that nobody's really interested in that hand, and you can find a way to pick up some of those orphan pots, and it helps you build a little chippies throughout the night.
Double back. It's not good.
Nice spot for Walker. Well played.
900.
Raise, 9.
Speaking of Walker, he's ready to go again. He's going to make it 900 to go from the small blind. 3 bets here for 900. Benham made it 750 to go, out in middle position with ace-jack. And he has folded. He took the train. Doc has an ace in the cutoff. He's not ready to go away just yet. He's going to make the call. He wants to see a flop. Might bring in Dusty here with the suited ace-9. Dusty thinks better of it. He lays it down. Actually, the best hand in that particular spot. 6-4-10, all hearts. Not sure if Benham had the ace of hearts, but I do believe he had a heart over there with his ace-jack. So Hollywood's going to try to take advantage of this special flop, all hearts, but Walker's sticking around with his top pair. It's hard to 3-bet for 900 and let go of top pair here. So Hollywood flatted the raise of 150. Walker 3-bet here from the small blind with 900. And we get this flop.
Yeah, pretty aggressive line here, but top pair definitely not going anywhere just yet. Walker does make the call, and clean river here, no heart. But Doc wastes no time going all in for 5,000.
Smashola.
And so this is what happened earlier. Doc jammed the river. And ZeFish made the call. It was for more like 2/3.
Nasty makes the call.
Good call.
One pair, monotone board. Walker will not be pushed around. And just like that, Doc goes down to the felt for the second time tonight, trying to run a big river bluff.
Nearly 15K in that pot for Walker. Nice call. Yeah, I think that's one of those spots where maybe you feel like you're making a read on the turn, and you get that kind of brick of a river where you just kind of stay with it, right?
Maybe I was.
Yeah, and you know
This was my card.
the monotone flop always makes things weird, right? Because
for sure,
if someone has flopped a flush, it feels like they don't tend to just go hyper aggressive, right? And so it's such a like unique scenario to have either a monotone flop or 3 to a straight or something, right? And then have someone just like really launch it off.
Right.
And it tends to lean a little bit more bluffy in those spots. So the pretty quick call with just one pair and not even the best kicker, right? The queen kicking. Yeah, makes some sense. Like, Walker's been there before. He's seen this song and dance, and he's like, I don't know. I just can't be folding. And he was right.
Yeah, I like that explanation in 2024 poker, where when you flop that flush, so many people now are just so value town with it that very rarely is it just a monster barrel, right?
We'll always find a way to put.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it depends on who you're playing against, because some people will take those opportunities to just, hammer away at it and try to get all the money in, like Doc did. But it seems to me like a lot of people just don't quite have that approach, and I don't know.
I know I've slowed down a bit in that spot over the years. I'm turning into an old nit, I think.
Got a little comment here from our buddy, Mr. Eric Van Loosen. Did y'all notice our friends down south in Houston put their very unrecognizable skyline on their felt? Little shade here from Eric Van Loosen.
Eric, a little spicy over there, huh?
Yeah, I think he's a little partial to Dallas over Houston. I think.
Now, I did recognize that beautiful table Houston's rocking, and but I did not recognize the skyline to Eric's point. But I'm sure that the Houston folks recognize that skyline just fine.
Yeah, they probably look at the Dallas one here and are like, who cares?
Yeah, what the heck is that?
When I called the turn, barring the part on the river,
but yeah, it was a pretty slick table. It was cool to see them follow in our ways. We got kings in this hand, huh?
We sure do, and pretty bricky flop here for his opponents to get him any value, but Benham is going to go ahead and check here, and he's going to get at least 150 out of Doc.
Finds a little nibble on that hook.
There were signs.
Might find some more with this turn.
Yeah, Doc here playing with no chips, as he is still waiting on his 10K rebuy to arrive. Bets 500 verbally plus what's already in the middle. Benham going to go for the check raise. And Doc here with the turned pair of queens, a very dangerous card for him.
Fortnite. And like you could buy cases to like get a random skin.
Okay.
Some of them were worth like upwards of $10,000.
Danger, danger in this queen right here.
Cost like $2. Yeah, so
Yeah, this is pretty nasty.
You were running up.
Oh my gosh. No,
As he already bet the flop, right? So
worse than that was sight skins.
he goes from 0 to seemingly hero here, picking up the top pair. And he's going to make the call.
And back-to-back hands here for Doc, playing in some pots that have ballooned. Ballooned quite a bit. This one nearly 4,000 now.
Yeah, and this one is pretty gross. River card brings in 3 5s on board, so Doc can now chop with any other queen, which is going to make him potentially feel better about his hand. Of course, he's not loving it, obviously, from his body language here.
And Venom probably senses that a little bit on the turn, that a queen could be in play here. Gets a lot of value out of that, 2,300 on the river.
I probably put $1,000.
So Doc, who, hasn't even gotten his chips from the 10K rebuy, is going to have to ship 4,000 of it away as soon as it arrives. That's a tough run of cards here for Doc. Back-to-back hands losing, I think, over,
ran it up to like 15, ran it all the way
not
back
quite
down,
15K.
Ran it back to like probably 3 or 4. And I was like,
Over
okay,
10, I think.
Yeah, that probably around 11 if my math's correct.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, a little rough.
My parents knew I was screwed.
Yeah. All right, he found one he could fold.
There we go. Stay out of trouble on this one. Little reset.
That's right.
I guess it was probably nationwide at the time, but like all kids wanted to be shooting dice.
Oh, really?
We would shoot dice like
Is there like rappers that talk about it or something?
I don't know.
Yeah, 143 viewers here for this late hour. Love to see it. Make sure you're smashing like, click and subscribe. Help out the TCH Live group.
And then, at the end of this month, in just a couple of weeks, make sure you come out and hang out with us for what I'm sure is going to be a fantastic time for you guys up there in the Dallas area.
Boom.
The
Always
Poker
a fun
Atlas
one.
Tour.
Everybody, let's go ahead.
Yeah, and hopefully I'll be up there. I don't know. I know I was up for, I think it was the last title event that you guys held, but the 1 million guaranteed title event, $900 buy-in, sort of bringing that series to a close. Definitely plan on being up there.
Yeah, you don't get to play for $1 million prize pool with a $900 buy-in very often. So yeah, you definitely want to come check this one out.
That is the truth.
She sent me to church camp one time, and that was like right that same age where we were all shooting.
Handsome Andy heard us.
That's right. Thank you so much for that. As Homie here going to flop the Omega combo draw. ZeFish here going to c-bet the ace-king, but Homie here. Wow, just going to call.
He's got the maximum open-ended flush draw with pair outs.
A lot of times you see those combo draws go as a check raise. ZeFish here going to continue barreling, attacking something like pocket 5s, pocket 6s perhaps.
He was on his best behavior on this flop, just a check and a call.
Oh, that's right. 2,000 behind from one on the that's just a chip count.
Oh, what's going on? What is it? I just
He had given me 2,000, so he's got 2,000 additional.
Yeah, interesting spot there for ZeFish. Homie reminding the table that I did loan my neighbor $2,000. Diamond on the river.
Yeah, interesting river card here, ZeFish.
Ace. 11. You got flush?
ZeFish goes for the value here with the ace. Wow, the slight overbet even on the end. And Homie, of course, snap calling there. With such a large river bet, he can't reliably go for a check raise with just the 6-high flush. So still going to ship a really nice pot there, as ZeFish going to get sort of caught hand in the cookie jar. And then going a little bit too big for value on the end.
Yeah, ending up with nearly 3K in that pot, betting 1,100 on the river there.
you have any more trips coming up?
No.
Those spots always suck when you're like, all right, we're going to hit them with the really big, thin river bet. Like, they're going to think I'm bluffing, so they're going to call me light, and it's going to be awesome. And then they snap you off with what's effectively the nuts, and you're like, oh, I shouldn't have.
Oops, my bad. Nice hand. Yeah, I'm the champ at that, too. And when I go for it, I bet my batting average when I go for that little spot is similar to ZeFish's in that hand. I feel like it's like 200. My batting average is 20% when I try to go for that spot.
Yeah, it takes finesse. And, you know, the good thing is, though, that when you get caught like that, and it's not even really getting caught as much as, like, going for thin value and getting called by better. It should remind you that you're doing it enough, because if you only ever thin value bet and get called by worse, and you're just always making money, then you're actually not thin value betting enough. You're not betting thin enough.
Right.
Like, you need to be having some of these spots where you lose.
Yeah, if your batting average is 1,000, you're doing it wrong.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah, I agree.
And it's a fun thing to
try to navigate.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. It is a fun spot. Definitely, it's good for your game. Keeps the mind sharp, and like you said, you want to have a high percentage, but 1,000 is impossible anyway. So, yeah.
One that I see pretty regularly at the low stakes games, like the 1-2s and the 1-3s, is when people will just sort of be bluffing until the river, and then they pick up top pair, right? Like, let's say that they're betting, you know, a gut shot or whatever, and they river a king for top pair.
Water, please.
Or maybe a gut shot's a bad example. But anyways, you know, they river an ace or they river a king, and then they just check, right? And just show it
right?
down.
Yes.
And it's like you were betting when you had nothing, and then you make something and you check. Like, that's the perfect time to go for some thin value, because, you know,
now
maybe they
ace
just
10
fold
has to
anyway.
pay your king.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's like maybe they were just folding anyways because they'd missed their draw or whatever it is, as we're going to show down a couple of low flushes. 7 high going to take it for Dusty. But maybe they pay you off, and, you know, you actually built up that nice pot just in time for you to win a little bit extra.
Yeah, it's almost like an emotional thing, too. You get a little bashful when that card hits. You're like, oh, I might have just sucked out on him. And instead, you should be like, oh, I just gained a lot of value.
That's right. Always something to be learned in this game. Love it.
Like, yeah, no, you're 100% right. Like, I'm sure by the end of the night, Nix is playing.
So I think I asked you this before, but tell me again. Are you much of a tournament player?
I don't get to play in them a lot, but I do enjoy it. I enjoy tournaments more than I enjoy cash games. But lately, in the past couple of years or so, my time has been consumed by cash games, and I haven't got to play in many tournaments. But man, I love it when I can get out and play in a good tournament. I played in the Poker Atlas Main last year, and that's probably the last good tournament that I've played in. Once in a great while, I'll sneak out and hit one of these great TCH dailies just for kind of funsies, but man, not much.
Yep.
And
yeah,
so
I'm a big fan of the tournaments.
Yes, I do enjoy them. I need to spend more time. But, you know, in 2024 poker, it is kind of hard that you got to call in sick for a couple of days to go play in a good tournament. But, you know, back in the old days, you could just go fire at a $1,000 one-day event or something and have at it. But now it's a little different, but that's all right, man. These prize pools are awesome, and I need to be in them.
That's absolutely right. Top pair here for Homie to go with the 8s on board. A couple of overcard gut shot type combinations here for Dusty and Doc Hollywood as well.
Yeah, last year's Poker Atlas, I can attest to the structure being amazing. A fantastic event. Finished 41st in that one, so I had a nice little run, but day 2 was disappointing as I went into day 2, like 8th or 9th in chips, and really never got anything going on day 2, but it was a blast. It was a good time.
Yeah, sometimes it fizzles out like that, but good run. And you'll have another chance, hopefully.
Yes,
here in
indeed.
A couple of weeks. All right, homie bets flop,
Wanna make
gets
it
called in
150
2
for the flip this
spots, checks through river, and he goes for a little bit of value on the end, but no takers. Homie will take that pot on the river.
Top pair good. Benham's still building that penthouse stack. I think he was disappointed in me that I picked on him for only being up 7K, and he's bumped it up now. He's up 11.4. That set of kings, able to cash in on the
Need to do one more for
queen high board against Hollywood has really got him going.
Yeah,
Did you
I
get the
take,
money?
yeah, I took
Oh, yeah?
50.
That's fine. I'm okay with the shot.
Yeah,
I'll take it.
Danny, don't scoop it,
Oh,
alright?
come on. Give me a.
No space.
All right, with the heart.
Give me a 5, 6, 3 of spades. Oh, that's
That sounds good.
Got clubs.
I mean, there is.
I'm pretty dead.
No,
I got
that's
jack high clubs.
Ain't paired in the board.
I got king high clubs.
Oh,
you
you
get
win.
straight flush.
You win.
Oh,
shit.
god dang, I got
wow.
royal flush.
All right,
Royal flush is good.
here.
I got that.
Of course you did.
Wow.
Alright,
Don't
man,
see those too often, and why not in a PLO flip?
Doesn't get much better than that. Zeus, you're a hell of a dealer.
Danny, why'd you raise it? Why'd we do 150? Just for him to win?
You hit the dealer yet?
Nah, he did. He did.
I might have forgot him while ago, too.
When I do another nifty for this one.
Just couldn't get better.
Could do one more.
Yeah, literally. Jack 3 of
I was
clubs.
like, I got jack high, I got king high.
Yeah, and there was literally only one card that could have beat you, and you ended up turning it over.
Yeah, let's go another.
Where are the nets?
It's probably behind.
Oh, all right, all right. Yeah, go ahead, go ahead.
No, no.
Yeah,
I do. I just want to use it.
I'm with him.
All right, RJ gonna get a new
just
headset
not
hooked up
finish
here.
it.
Okay.
We're getting a little
Whenever,
feedback.
whenever
Checking in here, checking in.
all right.
Let's see what we got.
So is it 700 or is it still 8?
7. Just 100 first.
We're missing.
Let us know out there in the chat if you guys are getting a little bit of that
Not playing this
crackly
hand. Yeah, not on this
feedback on RJ's mic as well, or if that's just my headset. I think it is.
Raise 2.
We're not playing.
Perhaps clearing up a little bit, but I don't know.
Okay,
Let
what do you
us know,
think?
of course.
Am I in here now?
Yeah, I can hear you, but just a little crackle in the mic down there.
Gone it. Yeah, I
unfortunately.
felt like that happened a couple weeks ago, and it kind of drove me crazy.
All right, 3 players here. Hand number 111. 3 players to the flop. Ace, queen, high going to be best. Homie is going to take a stab at it.
Raise 7.
Here we go. Danny finding a good spot here to put a little sugar in there and take one down.
As soon as you go to the restroom, the nets.
So is this a nifty enough?
Let me come back.
So this isn't.
And with that, we're going to fire up the knit game
When everybody comes back.
with Walker. Oh, we're gonna wait till Walker gets back, and then they're gonna have that fired up.
Prolific still on?
They still asleep.
Check. 50. Oh, check. Check. Before it closes. One
You play till 10:45?
Yeah,
You gonna flip for this little chicken shit when we're done?
All right, Danny here gonna bet his 10 and take it down. And yeah, it sounds like whatever you did over there may have sorted us out.
Okay. Can you still hear me?
I can hear you, and it sounds much better. Well done.
Okay. Awesome. Thank you.
Stay.
Don't know what I did necessarily, but we played with some buttons and found a recipe.
Sometimes that's all it takes. You know, you
Yeah.
turn some knobs, you push some buttons, maybe jiggle the wires. You're good.
Too late.
All right, looks like everybody taking a bathroom
You
break
all
at
right,
the same
Monto?
time here. We are gonna
15-month-old.
continue along.
Yeah, that usually happens when I come in to deal. It's always so annoying as a dealer when the whole table gets up. Thanks, guys. I got this.
Gotta just pitch to those empty stacks. Or empty seats.
I'm sorry in advance.
All right, Doc Hollywood here, going to raise it up. 150 to go. Dusty making a call with the suited 3 deuce, and what do you know?
Clubbies.
Top pair for Doc. Gut shot for Dusty. Got a 200 here. And quick fold. Don't see too many good flops with the 3 Dewey, but that one particularly didn't look great.
It's a diaper for a reason.
That's right. It was a clean one, though. It wasn't dirty. All right, ZeFish and Doc Holliday, the players that are stuck. Of course, we did have Becks with us earlier, who did go down 1 buy-in as well, so he not showing up there on the leaderboard. But yeah, quite a few winners and just a couple of players that are stuck a good chunk here for the evening.
Raise 125.
Poker Monkey drilling the 95 and Chuck C, unfortunately, finding the 15. Better luck next time. As here we go, Walker going to make it 125 to go. And now that I think all the players are here, perhaps net game in effect for this hand.
Let's go. I'm ready for it.
Multi-way action. It looks like we're going 5 ways to a flop. It's another 10 high board, 2-tone. Walker and Dusty both connecting with the top pair. Flush draw, pair, and straight draw. We got all kinds of stuff going here. Scott betting the combo draw. Gets called by Dusty. The ace-10 is just out the door. Does get called by Danny with the pair and the straight draw as well. Here we go. Scott now checking the turn. And Dusty will bet the king-10 here. Danny's out of the way. Scott reaching for chips. I don't think he's going anywhere for this small size with such a healthy pot in front. And there it is, diamond on the river. Ace-8 of diamonds going to come in for the flush, and it's an immediate lead here from Scott.
Sick river.
Yeah, Dusty here does not love this river.
Might have an Uber drive home. That's all I can say.
You want to show me a non-diamond over there?
Huh?
You want to show me a card that's not a diamond over there?
I'll show you after whether you saw it. You know, that part.
A lot of chatter here. But yeah, the real question is, what does Scott ever have that you beat? Dusty is a little too curious, though. He is going to look it up, makes the call, and going to see the bad news. Nut flush. Greater than top pair.
Wow, that was a monster flop for you, Scott.
And a nice river.
Is that what does GTO Wizard tell you to lead there?
I don't know. I'll hear from now on later, probably. I like the lead.
I didn't say it was bad. It was interesting.
It's just such a hard card from the
Hit game's on, right?
You know?
Yeah, no, that almost always gets checked through.
Yeah, it's going to get
that
checked.
flop.
He's not going to like it. I'll be getting the call from Alvin.
From who?
Alvin.
Oh.
I think it'll be heavy.
Is that a Wolfgang's coach?
Yeah.
Alvin?
You got paid there.
You work with him?
Yeah.
His name's I don't know. His name's Alvin. But he's,
Alvin pretty ubiquitous around the Dallas area.
He's super nice.
Yeah, super. I don't know. Yeah. I think he's
Really nice guy, of course. As you see a 7 high board here, 2-tone. Flopped straight for Walker. Love to see that. ZeFish here, 2 overcards.
625.
Walker gonna go for the check raise. ZeFish here. Just ace-9 high. Definitely a hand he can just let go of pretty easily, and he will.
I'm back. I apologize. I left you with some noise.
The need was on.
Yeah, unfortunately, the crackle has returned.
And it's still here.
Oh well. Yeah, no,
It very much is.
That is very rude.
Not for him.
I didn't know. We canceled it and turned it on so many times I didn't even know when it was on.
Yeah, I forgot.
Maybe try jiggling those connections again. I don't know, whatever you tried earlier.
Somebody still had to go to the
It's a highly scientific technique.
Raise.
Raise. 100.
Also, please let me know in the chat if you guys are hearing that from RJ too. I want to make sure that it's not just my headset. If it's something that's going on with me, then that's for me to figure out, not for him.
Check. Check. Check.
Yeah, hopefully I don't sound too cranky to the folks at home out there watching on TCH Live.
275.
Top pair here for Homie and Walker. Venom doing the betting with bottom pair. Going to get called by both Homie and Walker. So 3 players to a turn. 5 of clubs changes nothing. King Queen still best.
Oh, Cook County Kicker School here.
Eric says all sound is good for him.
Pardon me.
Well, that is very curious.
Good. Okay.
So maybe it's you know what? I'm gonna reset my browser. Let me try this.
All right, so we're gonna lose Eric, or we're gonna lose Aaron here for just a couple of moments as we get our way into hand 117 of tonight.
Oh yeah, for sure. For sure. What it needed like a
50.
Club. It's a 4-liner on the board. Not especially for a bet that small. A lot of money total.
Yeah. Check.
Oh, mercy. Nut flush draw here for Benham.
Huh? The docks in the trenches. Yeah. I think he's in there. 20. What? Well, with what he has.
Oh, yeah. I think you're right.
450.
I think you're right. Actually.
Ooh, good fold.
Venom shows him the goods anyways without getting paid.
Throw your
Or don't. You can keep it if you want.
Yeah, I mean, I'm already going for the second time, so you should too.
Hold on, wasn't I 100 earlier? 1 second.
Yeah, he was. Button should be on the dock.
Awesome.
I was just the 50. He
Yeah.
was the 100.
All right, everything's working.
Yeah, I was the 25.
Yeah, that's right.
All right, so a couple of nip buttons have been relinquished. Quite a few still remain. Looks like 4 still out there.
Always fun to play with technicalities here.
Oh, you gotta love technology, man. Always
Indeed.
keeps us on our toes.
TA in the chat mentioning that Zeus is a badass. I agree.
That free $25.
Limps to Walker. He's going to come in for a raise here out of the big blind, and this is a story that we have seen all night. ZeFish going for the re-squeeze many times earlier. This time he's just going to call King 8. Doc Hollywood's going to come along, and we'll see a 10-high board 3 ways. No one connecting with the flop.
Well, ZeFish went back to the peach hat tonight, as opposed to his traditional Hawaii hat. We may have to get a scoreboard update on which hat is leading for ZeFish.
Walker check calling with the 2 overcards, 3 to a straight. Ace peels off on the turn. Not a great card for ZeFish, as Walker can go for some ace-high floats.
750.
750 going pretty hefty into this turn.
Yeah, and Walker just going to let this one go by the sheer nature of his hand being queen high. Not really much to do with it there besides the gut shot and perhaps the range advantage.
I don't think I've seen it.
Not enough times if you had to think about it that long.
I lost big bucks though.
Yeah, you think those two are starting to feel each other out a little bit when range advantage isn't necessarily totally as true as they would like for it to be.
You and I were heads up one time. I punted
They
off
definitely
like,
seem to be getting a feel for each
I
other.
punted off like 4,000 trying to win.
You're right. I even told you that you deserve to get
Oh yeah,
I
no,
deserve
exactly.
to lose, for
That was
sure.
like I think that was like 2 weeks ago, or maybe.
Yeah, Sleek was here. Yeah.
All right, Doc here. Couple of 9s.
Bullshit. We both flop top pair, but I had like no kicker.
A couple of 9s in the cutoff. That's a good way to bump it up a little bit. ZeFish in the big blind with ace king. Might we see some more?
Yeah, I usually don't, but I have it.
Get rid of your nib.
Homie's out of there, but Doc
No more nib bar.
It's a serious
with the nip button. Pocket 9's getting 3-bet by ZeFish. Does make the call.
So homie let go of his ace 10. We'll go to a flop 9s and ace king.
Decent flop for 9s. Of course, he can always be behind the over pairs for ZeFish, but ZeFish going to slow it down with a check and give Doc opportunity to take stabs at this. He has pretty much always taken the stabs when given the opportunity. This time, he does have the best hand.
Green light means go.
We'll see if ZeFish wants to float here. But no, he's just going to let this go. And there you go. Doc will show down the 9s, get rid of his nip button, and with that, hand number 120 is going to be coming up next, and I'm going to let you, Mr. RJ Dupree, go ahead and sail this thing off into the sunset here for the remainder of the evening. But I'm really glad that we got a little bit of time to co-commentate here this evening.
Yeah, I believe that was our first time to get to hang out together officially, so that's cool, man. Yeah, we usually get to swap hellos, and that's about it.
Absolutely. Well, we wish the best out there to Eric Van Loozen. Hope he's well soon, and we'll get him back in the box here before you know it. But it was a pleasure, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your night, along with all of you fine folks that are tuning in here on TCH Live. Enjoy the rest of your evening hanging out with Mr. RJ, and I'll see you guys all next week.
All right, good night, Aaron.
All right, good night. Take care, y'all.
Thank you, buddy.
Peace.
And just like that, we are at hand 120.
300.
Homie's been playing some of his premium hands a little bit slower over there since I've gotten here. And he lands this one. Ace Queen has a flop of Queen 5-5. Hollywood also with a queen. Could be a good recipe here for Holme. Doc Hollywood throws a little stank eye over towards the 3 seat. As if he's trying to figure out what Holme might have over there. And it could possibly be a better hand than his own. So 800 here on the turn from Doc Hollywood. An ace of spades on the river. So now Holme has top 2. Oh dear. It looks like the river there goes check, check. Holme will take down a decent pot. 28-35 in that one. Nice check there from Hollywood. He didn't want to mess with that river. So now Hollywood in the low jack, he's going to be rewarded here. He's got red kings. He will call the 50, setting up some chaos. Walker has the cutoff. He makes it 200 bucks.
He woke up out of his sleep and made that call.
I know.
So Hollywood in a good position here to set up some chaos with Walker and ZeFish behind him, but nothing crazy happens. Hollywood just flats the 200. We go to a flop 4 ways. 10-3-5, all diamonds. Hollywood's holding the only diamond and a king on the turn. That'll be top set for Hollywood with the diamond redraw. Danny not ready to go away just yet. 3 of hearts pairs the board. Danny may feel like a crying call here, but ooh, it's going to be a hefty bet here from Hollywood. He goes 2,400 and gets a call. And remember, Hollywood limped here and flatted the 200, so going to be awful tough to see those kings sitting over there. And Danny pays it off.
Nice hand, Doc.
Thanks, Vic.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of shout-outs for Zeus tonight. He's in the box, the TCH live dealer tonight, Mr. Zeus. Good to see him in the box, rocking and rolling.
Right, it's 300.
Another one of TCH, the finest we have here in Dallas. Dealers from all around the country, all around the world to come right here to Dallas to deal in these games. Texas Card House Las Colinas and Texas Card House Dallas. It is an amazing crew.
SBR 09, SBR yellow, KD yellow.
Ace, 7 deuce, 2 spades. No player landing much of anything. Danny connects on the turn here, the 9 of hearts. He was able to continue on the flop, but now facing a call from ZeFish. ZeFish going to lead out here on the turn, 700. Danny makes the call. 5 of clubs. Fairly bricky here on this river. Danny takes a peek at ZeFish. Check, check. We'll go to showdown, and Danny is happy to turn his hand over quickly. Shows his 9. Connecting with the board, and he will take it down. Still 154 viewers right now through all platforms. We appreciate every one of you. Thank you so much. Make sure you're smashing like, click subscribe. You don't want to miss anything TCH Live throws at you, especially coming up this month with some fantastic tournaments. Some of those tournaments will have final tables that we stream right here on TCH Live. Some of the Poker Atlas final tables you can definitely catch here on TCH Live. So you'll want to be checking that out. When those pop up, they'll be fun to watch. Queen 6 clubs here for Doc Hollywood. He's landed the best of it. He'll make a bet on the flop and take her down.
Are we still in the shadow or not?
Yeah, I think everybody's pretty much been doing it. If you don't want to.
That's fine. I don't mind.
Gold, silver, and bronze.
$150. Raise. $450.
Fun little hand here. Scott raises with 3-4 of hearts. He made it 150. Sitting directly to his left, Benham has ace-king. He's made it 450. And that will take care of this one. Scott doesn't want to mess with it. Bennett takes it down.
Probably not, because like that's half of what you're paying, or more than half now, because you're 7 or 8-handed. I don't know. That's
definitely gotta call it
10:45.
10:45.
What'd you have, Ben?
Ace king.
Yeah, what?
Ace king.
Ace king? Oh wow, yeah. I'll say that.
$150.
This time it's ace-queen for ZeFish. He's making a 150 to go. Homie on the button with pocket aces. He's going to find something to 3-bet here. He's been awful quiet over there. He's going to 3-bet to 350.
How much you playing total? 3, 5,
ZeFish makes the call, gets a flop of king, queen 6, 2 clubs. ZeFish landing middle pair here. Checks it over to Homie in the button. Homie bets out 475 here. ZeFish landing middle pair with his ace-queen. He's not ready to go away just yet. Makes the call.
No, I lost like 2, but I was down 20. Yeah, I was down 20 at one point.
2 is a win at that point.
Took a bad beat from 16.
Yeah, that's true.
7
like
of spades,
one
no
pot
help.
goes my way,
ZeFish checks again.
and I leave there plus like 40. Yeah.
Homie might bump it up a little bit here.
Yeah.
900 here on the turn. So bumped it up just a bit.
Thank God
ZeFish still makes the call.
I checked the turn back with top 2. I don't know why, but I don't know. Where the logic was like I knew like him, like his like with his like I don't know his
Queen
like,
of
persona,
spades
like,
on the
Tucci, I
river.
wasn't gonna get
The
3
naughtiest
so
of rivers here for
on a relatively
ZeFish.
scary card, I might as well check.
Needed a
Have
queen,
chance to
finds a
bluff.
queen.
If he'd bet smaller, I would have raised and gotten jammed on and been really upset. But he bet really big. So Scott and I are going to play in 2 weeks.
And he bets 2,600.
That'll be fun.
Hustler?
Got an 85% pot here, and he turns over ace queen. Homie makes the call with his aces, and aces have been cracked
It's all slow roll.
on the river.
It's
Ugh.
they encourage it.
Yeah, it's
They
like-
want you to slow roll.
Yeah, that's part of the deal on the Mondays.
Homie
Yeah,
runs his
exactly.
aces into the ace queen of ZeFish. Trip queens on the river, and
God, I don't even know if you were still there.
just
One
like
of those
that,
hands when they
ZeFish
start on me the
picks
other
up a nice one.
night, I had ace queen suited, the flop comes queen high, and he raises, I shove. He's
Time Traveler Poker checking in the chat. Thank you very much. He says awesome stream and commentary. Hello, everyone.
Blows the 8 off the
Thank you,
top
Time
and
Traveler,
shoves
for
it.
checking in. We appreciate the kind words.
Come on, baby. Master.
I'm sure you love that.
So good.
God, I mean, it's
How
not
big was
just-
that?
That's the
you
best
know,
one.
It's a slow blow.
it's normally,
I was thinking about it on the way here, Scott. Like I would love to slow roll you,
It's
but I don't
slow.
think I've never really
I've
been
never
in
had a
a
slow
big
blow.
pot with you where I got the better of you at the
nobody
end.
that's
Too
good.
slow roll you, I don't think.
Yeah.
Good.
Slow blow.
Slow blow.
Let's see here. We get a call from Scott, call from Homie in the cutoff.
Good slow roll in this game.
Doc has king 7 on the button. He's going to make the call. Let's see. Homie raised in the cutoff, as you should with 10-9 of spades.
every time it's like he doesn't actually throw me because I know, but then
Ace,
I know
9,
some,
7,
and I
1
stop to sit there and
spade.
watch him do it.
The Scott got me more than anybody's ever got me before. On that. You probably don't remember that
Oh,
night.
shit,
Yeah, I
Good old
flopped,
days.
kind of like yours. I flopped top on like a king high board, and he check raises. I jam. He snap calls, and run out was like blank, or to me. Blank,
Hollywood
blank.
makes the call here on
he
the button.
ends up having river to gutter.
His
He-
king
he
7
calls,
landed
like,
bottom
I was
pair.
deep, too. It was like 8
Homie
or
still
10K
has the
pot.
best of it, but it's getting
And
hard
he
to
rivers
see
me,
that.
and I show him my hand.
6
and
of
he's
hearts
like, just
on the
goes
river.
normal, like, like just acting like he's pissed.
Homie
I
bets
was like,
200
oh,
here
so
on the
good.
river. A little bit of a
And then-
blocker
and then
bet.
The pot's starting to get pushed my way, then he turns it over. I was like, it was pretty bad.
Thinking that his hand could be good.
That one,
Free wagon.
200 takes it down, and he wins a little one there. 1,135 in that pot.
it was. Yeah.
Fun night. I think. I don't remember that.
As far as you know, it was fun, right?
I wandered in at 6:30 in the morning and he was not too thrilled.
Raise 150.
You don't say.
And Homie catching some very playable hands right now. He's going to have pocket fives this time in the hijack. He makes it 150 to go. Dusty's making the call with a hand that we don't know what it is. Walker also with the
Raise 750.
TCH Live mystery hand.
God, I just did not want to let you buy that fucking lip button.
No bluff.
Oh, God.
Tell me you didn't have a bigger ace.
No, but
Listen, I never get out of here without a nip button. Fine.
Walker able to smash that 3-bet from the small blind once again.
Just do a red or black flop.
you want red or black
He's
for
had
the net?
a good amount of success being able to do that
There's
tonight.
no chopping. As long as one
The
person-
3-bets from the small blinds, taking down
As long
some,
as one person, yeah, I just know there's no chopping.
Yeah, I'm always red.
taking down a decent amount of change without having to go to a flop all night. So he'll take that.
Unless you guys haven't allowed it before.
Call. So me winning doesn't get the red or black.
I mean, that's what y'all. It's up to y'all. Like,
Yeah.
I feel like that was binding.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I got a big hand. I'll probably win that. Well, if I win the hand, losing this one.
Let's see a flop. King 4 deuce, 2 hearts. Danny has top pair.
Well, at least you weren't gonna
Not a whole lot going on. Otherwise, Hollywood an ace and a gut shot to the wheel.
Raise 175.
He'll raise it up.
I said 850. I paid you on the river.
Puts a little extra sugar in it. 10 of hearts here. Completes a possible flush draw, but Hollywood holding the only heart, the 5 of hearts. Danny still a top pair. They check the river.
Nuts.
Yeah.
King 6 good. Danny will take it down.
The net thing.
50 more.
No, okay.
Oh, yeah.
There's a good look at our player stacks. Pin him up now, 11.7 thousand. Scott up a little over 3,000. Dusty 2.5. Walker 2.2. Danny now up 1.3. Homie now below 0. Negative 145 after that big hit he took when his aces got cracked. Walker has queens in the cutoff. He's been able to raise the cutoff quite a bit tonight.
Did you have 2 black cards?
Looking down at queens is mandatory raise.
I had 2 blacks.
I was trying to defend the flop because I wanted a flop.
So it's 250 to go here. Scott wants to see a flop, 7-5 of diamonds. That brings along Benham. He's got 10-4 hearts. 7-8 deuce. 2 spades. Scott connects with his 7. Middle pair for his 7-5. 9 on the turn. Scott picking up a gut shot. Scott knows how to play. Scott fairly conservative on his lead outs, but he's leading out here on the turn for 600. Walker just calls. 2 pair now for Scott, a naughty river. Doesn't necessarily love the 4-liner, but definitely finds some interest in his 2 pair. He will bet 700 into a pot of 3,000. Now Walker's queens. What to do?
What a shitty board. Wow. I call.
Walker makes the call. 700, not enough to make the queens go away. Scott will show 2 pair.
Are you kidding me, Scott?
Ay.
I can't check. Oh, wow. You jammed on me off the fold. Sorry, brother.
Yeah, I think that was the classic hand where Scott thinks he outflopped his opponent. Probably still thinks he leads on the turn, but once he got called on the turn, he knows he's in trouble and beats that 2 pair on the river.
I didn't want to call.
And Aaron and I was talking about that earlier a little bit when we see most often in the 1-2 streets, possibly even 2-5, when you beat that river
First pair I had above 7s all
that
night.
you know has some value in it, but it was a little bit naughty and you maybe coulda, shoulda not been there. Bet it. Bet it. There's value in those. Don't feel bad at all. So, yeah, that's part of the game, definitely. And Scott finds a way to get some value out of that river that he knew was a little bit naughty. Bingo, bango. 2 pair good. He takes it down.
Was better than that.
Danny, what the hell are you doing over there? Oh, Lee.
So Dusty comes in with 8-9 of spades, and Danny has ace-king of clubs on the button, and he bumps it up. Heavy. He goes for 600 now.
Yeah.
Dusty lets go the suited canuters, and Danny will take it down.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. That's why I wanted to call you 8-9 spades there.
That's my favorite food.
Oh, really?
That's my favorite version. Yeah,
My mother-in-law make it.
Oh my goodness.
What is it?
What's my ex?
No,
She's living with
I
us
should
now.
actually invite you and home if it's here.
We're supposed to
It's
go.
a progressive setup
That's
you got
my
going
favorite
on over there.
Next week.
Hand 131 tonight. We are cranking through the hands.
Next weekend?
Next week.
Yeah, next week. I'm not gonna be here.
Had some pretty good juicy pots today, but possibly not the just abundance of monsters that we've seen in a couple of streams here lately. So we are seeing a lot of hands. Hand 131 now.
Right, too. She's a tough kid.
Monster coming up right here. Scott has queens on the button.
They're
Boy, the
pretty
button's been loaded tonight. I've seen some aces, and last hand was ace-king for Danny. Now we got queens on the button, moving right along. I think when Homie got his aces cracked, he was on the button. 7, 9, 10. The flop goes check, check. Scott trying to induce some action from Hollywood that's been a little active tonight. And just a nasty river here for everybody, but we'll go to showdown. Queens beat a 7. That 4-liner out there, not a whole lot of value to be had.
I thought about it.
I was playing that as bluff festival.
Can't even buy an ace.
Yeah, until you.
Oh no, you have queens against mine 7-5.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So Scott slows down a bit there with his queens on the button. It doesn't necessarily totally work out, but he'll take down the pot. We saw Doc Hollywood play his kings very slowly.
How was that?
Oh, about a lap and a half of the button ago. And it worked out very well for him as he turned a set of kings that were very in a very sneaky fashion. And Danny had to pay off that hand. This hand not as fun for Scott, but he'll take it down. King 5-4 here. The flop, Dusty and ZeFish land top pair. Dusty's got kicker issues.
175.
Dusty leads out here, 175. Gets a call from ZeFish. A deuce on the turn. Dusty's
425.
kicker issues getting a little better as that 3 is now open-ended. Dusty picking up quite a bit of equity there. Now he's up to 25%. He's got a shot.
I'm sorry to get
Very good.
See the whites of that stink eye from ZeFish. Looking at his opponent across the table. The 7 of hearts, the river. No help for Dusty, but still holding top pair. 1100 now. 1100 into 1500. I like tonight's sizing on these rivers. We've seen a lot of bets, 70-80% on these rivers. They are not throwing out the small blocker bets as the river leadouts have been a little on the large size and sizing. ZeFish in the tank here a bit, putting himself through a conundrum. He'll make the call, and he will like the results. ZeFish wins the pot, King 10 over King 3. Cook County Kicker School is a winner. ZeFish will be happy to pick that one up. 1950 in profit his way on that hand.
I thought about betting a little more, but I just like if you.
Yeah, we are cranking out the hands tonight. We've seen some speedy dealers and some speedy play. These guys have not been in the tank very long. We saw ZeFish think about that river call just a bit, and really that's kind of all we've had tonight. These guys are pretty witty in their anticipation of what to expect and what to think, and not a lot of tanking going on tonight.
King 3.
And as you can see, Zeus doesn't mess around when he's dealing. He gets those cards out pretty quick. Queen 10-8, 2 clubs. Hollywood's going to land the best of it here. Queen 6, top pair. Just with 53% equity against these opponents. We get a couple of folds here. See if that number goes up. Goes up quite a bit. 5 of clubs on the turn.
Thank God.
Jack of clubs, the forerunner for the clubs. We got a battle of stinky clubs. 6 of clubs versus 7 of clubs. Dusty makes the call, and he will be happy to see that he's got him notched. And a pat on the back as he takes that pot down. 1,100 in there.
Come in and play.
Playing like it's
Yeah, tell her come on.
PJs.
I'll take it.
I'm sure you will. I think if it wasn't this stream, she would.
So ZeFish climbing his way back as he always does. He's now down only 2.7. And he's got plenty of chips now, 17,000 in his stack. So he will be looking to make something move down here in the last 30 or 40 minutes of tonight's stream. Eight, 8-5 the flop, 2 diamonds. Battle of Queen Jack versus Queen Jack here.
The what? Yeah, the JSX prices were like 1,700 round trip, and there was also yeah.
Like
where?
There's really nowhere
to go to LA.
Hollywood in position, able to take that one down.
You have to stop in Vegas.
I think so.
I'm just nervous about taking money.
Yeah.
Rightfully so. That's how you know you're playing somewhat at a decent level when you're able to avoid chops. Position takes down the pot.
Yeah, they're not supposed to give you any problems.
Sometimes I get a little disgruntled in myself when I'm in that position. I'm in the cutoff or on the button. I have position, and my ace-10 chops with ace-10 or queen-jack chops with queen-jack. I'm like, ugh.
They can.
That's sometimes a little tilting when that happens. Always nice when you can play position correctly and avoid that.
Remember, I told you I fucking hadn't slept in 2 days. Put that money in my check bag.
Oh, I do remember you talking about that.
That's the biggest sweat I've had in a long time. We're leaving Vegas. I've only slept a few hours in the past 2.5 days, and when I was packing my shit, I put $40,000 cash in my check bag.
4-4-7 the flop here. We've seen Walker able, he's been able to take advantage of some paired flops throughout the evening. But Danny's open-ended on this one, so he'll get some company. 5 of spades to turn.
It's in my golf check bag too, like.
Oh my god. Good thing you didn't do it with the internet.
Walker leading out again here on this turn.
When Randy and Nick were leaving LA, they both left shit in their check bag. They got stolen.
Yeah.
Randy's a good watch.
And here we go. Walker has binked the king on the river. Let's see what happens. The exact scenario we were talking about earlier with Aaron. We see so many people check this river. When you know you have to suck out, you get there, you suck out, and then you check the river. Walker will have none of that. He's going to bet 500. Like the stud that he is, and like the stud that Danny is, he lets go of his hand. Well played by both players.
He chopped that.
Fill up the thing filled with gifts.
I shouldn't have.
We're back. I mean, you're up. Are you not?
Oh yeah.
I know you did. No, I watched my portfolio, my like Ethereum stuff go down a lot this weekend.
Yeah, I didn't know.
It had just been a long time since I went back and tried to really figure out how much money I fucked up on antes, and it's a painful amount.
I don't. Yeah.
Like 600.
I actually made. I so painful. It's light like what? 60K?
So as I mentioned earlier, ZeFish will be looking to make some moves here down the stretch as he's down just a little bit. He's climbed his way back to that $17,000 stack. He's raising from the small blind with ace-9. We get a flop of 10-10-4.
And I made a lot off of those, but also like took some big losses. Like that's just how it was. Like
3 on the turn.
Money to make big money or
Got to feel good about his ace-9. Another 10 on the river, making that ace look really good. Danny holding king-jack now. What does he want to do?
Raise 400.
What's crazy is
Tired of these little bets. He's going to bump it up. He's going to try to win this pot. ZeFish has been pretty conservative with his betting here.
But I spent 98 soul on this one. It's now one. Yeah, now it's worth.
Will Danny's bet of 400 get through? It does get through. ZeFish lays it down, and Danny will be happy to take it down. Shows the king-jack. ZeFish having a good time in the spirit of competition. A little bit of a grin there as
He sold some for like 30, 40K.
his ace high in the
like
muck.
I sold mine for 5K. And at one point, like, if I still had it, I could have sold it for like 20. Yeah, it was a free roll. I got it.
5K wedding present. You're not complaining.
Yeah, I mean, and when he gave it to me, it was still, it was only worth like 1,000. It was still a great fucking.
Yeah, no, exactly.
Yeah, that's the same. He put me on a lot of plays. He had like a 850 soul meme coins and all.
So this time ZeFish has the button and a more premium hand as he has ace-king. They've limped to him and he makes it 300 to go.
That was like a few weeks ago, I think, right?
Yeah, like a couple months ago.
Dusty limping from the hijack. He will make the call. He has pocket 4s.
Maybe a little longer.
Yeah, no, I pay attention to all that shit.
We're heads up. Ace 3, 7. Ace-king lands for ZeFish. No set for Dusty.
I moved it all this weekend.
Small bet from the button. ZeFish lands, takes it down. On to the next one.
How does that work? How do I get set up?
It's so it's just a prediction market. Like,
yeah, but how do I post money?
So you would put money on. You gotta put money on Polygon, which is it's an Ethereum chain, essentially an Ethereum type chain, and then you can deposit it on there.
You can do Polygon.
I think you can actually do it from so I think you can actually do it from Coinbase now too. I don't know that I haven't done it that way, but I think you can.
Ace-9 out again for Doc Hollywood. This time he's in the +1 early position.
Oh, yeah, I'll probably be. I don't know. If they'd pick Shapiro, I'd been texting you today about yeah, I know. I said if they had, then I'd been texting you today about buying myself out.
Yeah.
But
she'll scoop all those.
But right now, like I'm basically free rolling at this point because I put a lot on buying the drop out, and I obviously yeah. Well, I put like so, and then also I put a bunch on Kamala at like 30 cents. And so I put like 6 grand on it to win like 18. So like I am essentially I wanna 175. I'll probably end up buying myself out of that honestly if things go the way I'm sad that they look like they're gonna go, but but no, I have a bet with him. I have Trump -110 for like 15. But I did that when it was Biden, and I was feeling really good about it for a while.
3 ways to this river. Not a whole lot of action throughout. There was a little bit. We got 785 in that pot. Ace-jack for Danny. He's on the button and has the best hand.
I pay for like what an insignificant amount of your tax bill.
Finally enticed a little bit of action from Hollywood and his 9. We'll go to showdown. Danny will take it down.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
See if they better.
Good look at the went to showdown stats. Very common for these guys. 24 to 36%. Nothing crazy.
Yeah. Lean season.
Did you straddle for 50? Yeah, straddle. Straddle 50. Raise 150.
Walker with a suited king 9 of clubs. He'll 3-bet to 150. Well, I think that was a raise here as Hollywood was the straddler. He did get his straddle out a little late, so I'm not sure what happened there, but Hollywood's definitely been straddling all night, so we'll call Walker the raiser here. Ace, queen for the flop. Hollywood checks. Walker leads out, and he'll take it down. 435 in that one. A little bit of a profit. On to hand 140 we go. Smashing hands out tonight.
I have so many bad 2 pairs too, because you knew I was.
Yeah. Speedy dealers, speedy play.
Yeah.
Not a lot of tanking. Cruising. Let's go.
150.
Bet him or either of y'all gonna play after?
I'm not gonna.
I don't know if we'll have a game.
Not to mention a very skillful set of players here tonight. ZeFish raising it up from the low jack. He has ace 3. Couple of callers. We go to the flop ace king jack, 3-handed.
Cool. No obligation.
Yeah, I probably shouldn't.
ZeFish with the best of it. And ace has landed for ZeFish.
That's fair.
Just a gutter for Doc. Homie's got a pair and a gutter. He might stick around. Heck, everybody sticks around. Let's go see a turn.
Maybe, man. I mean, I'm kind of indifferent.
4 of
about it
spades.
At this point, like, I don't know.
Completes a
we'll
flush
face
draw,
the
but
point, you know, it's like, and
no
it's like,
players holding a
cliche to
spade.
say, but it's like, you know, you won't ever regret having another one, but you may regret not having.
They do entertain each other too.
Yeah.
But it's a lot harder.
Spade could chase some folks off. Homie's not ready to go away just yet.
Right.
Every other hour.
ZeFish,
Yeah,
pretty
I mean,
small
I'm so
bet here,
busy all the
350.
time that, like, she carries a lot of the load, you know.
Into
so, like,
what
I
was,
guess
I believe, about
it's really
900.
up to her at this point. I'll do whatever she decides.
Doc Hollywood on his
You
best
know,
behavior. He lets his gut shot go.
That baby stage, you kind of wish, you know, you missed it, you know. It's like,
5 of diamonds, no pain on the river. We'll go to showdown. ZeFish will show the ace. And he picks up another little one with just a little bit of meat on that bone. And he is climbing and climbing back.
I mean, now, granted, like, now that he's fully going, like, he's very busy, but...
That's how they trick you. They give you the first easy one.
He's a really sweet kid.
What's his name?
FaZe.
Raise 150.
So it looks like this is Walker straddle. ZeFish under the gun in the +1. Jack 10 of spades makes it 150 to go. Some small pairs out there set mining. So we'll go the flop 4 ways. 4, 9, king. That's a set for somebody. Homie lands the 4s.
I like it.
You know, like,
it seems like more popular.
It was like one of the other
Just a
ones
gut
talking
shot
about
here for
those
ZeFish.
like
Not a whole lot of holdings out there other than the set for homie on the button.
But I've only ever
He
known
will
one
just
person
call.
claim that. So it's pretty rare. And then
ZeFish
we go to the
continues.
hospital, and the kid that was being
And
delivered
now
was
ZeFish
also-
lands a pair with his gutter. Pardon me, he's flopped a gut shot and a flush draw. So still plenty of outs out there for ZeFish as he has flopped a flush draw and a gutter and turned a pair,
He was raw in high school. Longview. Yeah.
but facing a set for homie.
Yeah, he was insane. He actually he had a good
775. ZeFish bumps it up here. That bet's a little more serious than some of the stuff we've been seeing.
I don't know, honestly. Probably decently
What
big. I would've
bells
imagined.
will that
Quarterback in Power 5.
alarm for homie?
That Long Beach team was next level.
Yeah, they won state, didn't they? Maybe twice. I don't know. They also had he was a year under Hayes, but
Just a
Haynes,
call.
They had a receiver, Jalen Hale. Insane. 5-star. He's at Bama.
Ace of diamonds, no pain for the set. ZeFish hates this card.
When y'all moved to Dallas?
I first moved to Dallas myself in like 2013, and then my mom and Randy moved up here in like 2018 or something.
By like half an hour.
I was about 3 hours. We only had 2 hours left to play when I bought.
Yeah, that's true. But you might have been negative.
You were down an hour.
You were probably you were negative. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I
So
just knew I
ZeFish
was-
does indeed check this river. Homie bets 1,100 into the 2,700 that was there. This particular spot, we've seen ZeFish make some really nice laydowns. He's not, if he thinks he's behind, he is definitely not scared to make a laydown on these small value-y bets. And there he goes. Lets his pair go, rightfully so. Homie takes down a decent pot, 3,800 in that. Profit of 1,575.
Last 15 minutes.
2-minute warning. 15 minutes. 15 minutes. 15 minutes. 15 minutes.
No, 15 minutes.
15 minutes. Kidding. Fourth quarter.
I got you. I picked up with you.
Everyone's like, what? 2 minutes?
Okay, yeah. It's a smaller.
Yeah.
Not a lot of holdings up front. Get around to homie. He's got ace-6. Hollywood with ace-7. ZeFish with some pseudo-canooders. 10-8 of hearts. It's his straddle. So Hollywood raised it up with his ace-7 on the button. ZeFish makes the call. Homie makes the call. King, 6-4. 2 hearts.
200.
See what ZeFish wants to do with his flush draw. Checks around to the button. Hollywood makes it 200.
I know that means I
I thought that might happen here. ZeFish does check raise. It's 500 to go now.
Honestly, I'd say one of the best, like second to winning big is coming back. And not even
Hollywood not holding much. The check raise works. Takes it down.
Yeah. Like when I was down piles on the hustler, like I was ecstatic to get back anywhere near break even. It's on top of the world.
You would have won that.
Oh yeah. But I got it. I mean, I got it in about as bad as I could have.
So many people walking around saying, if I would have won that sashimi hand.
Nick won the sashimi.
He did. That might have been the best hand he's ever played.
It really was.
It was beautiful.
You heard the guys mentioning there at the table that we are down to about a 15-minute warning. So we will see who can make some moves here in the last 15 minutes of this stream. TCH Live coming at you from Texas Card House, Dallas. We mentioned these awesome felts that we're starting to get all across the TCH family tonight. That table right there with the Dallas skyline on it.
Oh my gosh, yeah, and you can hear him on the mic.
The Houston table has come out with the Houston skyline, and it's a little different color. I forget, maybe if Eric's still out there listening, he can help me out. I want to say it was kind of black and orange, or maybe blue and orange. I think.
I'm just saying in general, like I just like.
If I remember correctly, it had a bit of an Astros theme to it. So it might have been kind of blue and orange. Pretty cool table, even if it says Astros on it. We still love our Astros friends. It's all good.
You walked away from
Be
that
careful,
table.
let them muck your hand. I'm like, I mean, I understand if I walked away, maybe, but like.
Little trash talk's always good for the state of Texas.
It's serious in here with these farmers.
Oh, there's Ross casinos. That's how they are. He has a lot of
ZeFish able to take this one down. He's been able to take down quite a few of these small pots, and he has chipped up probably over 18,000 now. He lost a little bit to that set of fours earlier. So somewhere in the 17, 18K range over there. He will definitely be the active one here down the stretch. Might take a big hand for any of the other stuck folks to really get after it. Hollywood, he'll play with you. He's not scared. He makes the call.
Pretty wild earlier
With the 8-3 of diamonds. No bedtime for Hollywood. He'll play till the sun goes down tonight. He's not scared of a 15-minute last call.
Okay, Walker, take it off.
Walker does 3-bet here. He's in the small blind. We talked a little bit how about that's been happening. Queen 5 of spades, 3 bets from the small blind. Gets a flop of 5, 3, 6, 2 clubs.
Oh, I didn't realize you were.
That looks way more like a Dusty board.
Pardon me, Walker's on the button this time. How rude. That button was kind of wiggling around over there. Dusty kind of thought he was the button. So did I.
As he calls the queen.
Very rude.
I'm gonna check, brother.
5.
I got a 9.
Walker flops 5. Dusty turns a 9. 9 greater than 5. Dusty will take down a little pot. 935 out there. There's a look at those stacks. Benham's still in the penthouse. He has been all night. He's up 11,000. Scott, Danny, and Dusty up pretty healthy. Scott up over 5,000. ZeFish 17.6 thousand in his stack. He's down about 2 and some change, 2,000 and a little bit. So he's in that spot where he can be pretty active here, try to get above 0.
Danny, I thought you were asleep. I thought you left with those tips an hour ago.
All right, this one's 100 to go. We'll see a flop. Ace, queen, 10, 2 diamonds. So Dusty has 2 pair here, top and bottom. Danny has landed a gut shot with his nut flush draw. Dusty bets 200. Danny just calls.
5.
Checks to Dusty. 500 this time. Dusty getting a little more serious. Danny makes the call. Big draw, big whiff for Danny. Dusty takes it down. He's got 2 pair. Flop 2 pair. It holds. Classic run out of brick. Brick, never good for stream poker. We need some chaos. Some pretty raggedy holdings here. Over to the button. Danny has 10-8. He'll make the call. And let's see. We do have some holdings going to a flop. They're raggedy as well, but let's do it. 7-4 deuce, 2 hearts. Get a raggedy flop. Benham has a flush draw. Homie's got a pair.
It's like one of my slow rolls. Like,
Deuce of clubs to turn, pairing the board.
Oh my god. Look like one of my slow rolls.
And again, we have the run out of brick. brick. So exciting. Come on, Zeus. Homie takes down that pot. He'll be happy to stack it. Still about 10 minutes left of tonight's stream. Coming at you from Texas Card House, Dallas. Couple of players stuck and having stacks, so we are not done yet. We could still see some fireworks. Our cards are not helping us out with the fireworks holdings here. Here we're going to a flop with Queen 3. King 6 and 7-3. Junk on junk crime.
Doc, you want to give me one of those 1Ks?
Benham able to take it down here on the river.
Count it, but it should be good.
He did have the best hand as his Queen 3 landed a queen. Let's go. Playing 10, 25, 50 tonight.
Yeah, true. So you're the 50 if you want it. Yeah, that's fine.
75.
Missing the straddle on this particular hand as had a little issue moving around the button over there. ZeFish going to make it 75 to go. He's got pocket 9s. Danny has king queen. We're going to a flop 4 ways. Jack 5 of diamonds in there as well. I see a flop of ace, king 8, 2 diamonds.
2.
So ace 3 lands for Hollywood.
Yeah, just
King queen lands middle pair for Danny. And Benham has a jack high flush draw. In this particular case, that happens to be the second nut draw. King of spades, a naughty card here on the turn. Danny lands trips. Check, check to the button. Benham with a flush draw will represent this turn, but he will definitely see some bad news here in a moment when Danny gets to act.
Yeah, we can both flip every hand and play together. We can be on the same team.
Yeah, exactly.
Hollywood, he'll make the call with his ace 3, landing that ace. He doesn't want to go away just yet. And that, oh my gosh, naughty on naughty. We have the ace of spades on the river. Just a nasty card here. Hollywood just blasts right here, 4,200 into this pot. Something was a little off on our card reader. There's 0 chance Danny folded king queen on this turn. So that definitely did not happen.
No, I can't. Good.
Benham posturing a bit. Made a reach. Yeah, I don't know when Danny said he might have had a king there, so maybe he insta folded on the river. I don't know what happened there. I was a little bit confused as to when Danny laid down his hand and if indeed or not did he have king queen. Somebody out there might have seen that a little better than I did. I don't know what the heck happened.
No, I had jack high flush draw. Yeah, exactly. I was trying to get a fold on the turn, but then I was like, oh, they have it.
Yeah, the last 5 or 10 minutes here, our cards have been a little bit quiet, not giving us the end zone chaos that we sometimes get to see. But We're not done yet. Might we still see some?
Too much. Too much.
Don't bluff that time.
I haven't really done it.
Nearing the last couple of hands here. There's a look at our player stacks. Benham up 10K, Scott 5K, Dusty 2.5. Danny Walker, homie up a little bit. ZeFish down 2.5. Doc Hollywood in the basement tonight down 13K. He's still got 10K in his stack. See if he can get a double up here before we go. Scott with a suited ace-9. Doesn't want to mess with it right now. He's out of position. It's late. Let her go. Hollywood still firing here. He's got a queen deuce on the button. Wants some action. ZeFish wanting some action. He's got jack 5 of clubs. Let's go to a flop 3 ways.
Check. 175.
King 6-9, 2 hearts. A lot of air for everybody. Checks around to the button. Hollywood takes advantage of that, makes a bet, takes it down. There's 510 in that pot. Profit of 225 for him.
Yeah, whatever y'all want to do, but I was saying.
We're only doing one flip.
Just one flip?
Yeah,
You don't do two?
Oh, looks like the crew
200 good? Yeah, 200?
is ready for a flip. Say it ain't so. It is that time. It's approaching 11 o'clock here in Central Time Zone.
I'll go 100 with you on the side. If you want.
And don't forget, coming up, August 20th through September 3rd, the Poker Atlas Tour coming to Dallas. Take TCH Social in Las Colinas, Texas Card House, Dallas. Both places will be having quite a bit of these tournaments, over $2 million in guarantees, and these events will be fantastic. 18 events to choose from. Pick one or pick a few. The main event will be a $900 buy-in with a $1 million guarantee, so you do not want to miss that. Coming at you live, Poker Atlas Tour, TCH, Dallas. We are off to the last hand of the evening. We are doing a $50 flip, I believe. Looks like they might have put a little extra change in there. That's definitely not a $50 flip. But we are flipping it out. There's 1,600 in that pot, so it looked like we did about a $200 flip. That makes a little more sense for these guys. It's being shipped to the 7th seat. Or the 8th seed, pardon me. ZeFish going to take down the last flip of the night. He could use it. That puts him nearly 19,000, so he's going to be in and out here right at 0. We saw him splashing around pretty hard there down the stretch. Thank you, guys. Thank you to everyone, all the players tonight. Thank you guys for checking in with us on TCH Live. Make sure you have that subscription button clicked so you can check it out when TCH Live gives you all these cool events. I am RJ Dupree coming at you live from TCH,
I'm out after an
Texas Card House in Dallas. Thank you so much. We'll see you next week.
I gotta wake up at 6 and drive to Sherman. I gotta wake up and drive to Sherman.
Oh, Sherman, all right.
What's in Sherman?
Yeah.
New clinic.